China's model of owning the companies is not the answer. China's not a communist country either. It is a autocratic form of capitalism. But that's not what we want here. I think that we should, I worry about too much intervention in the U.S. economy, and I think it's a little bit weird that the Democrat sitting at the table is worried about government intervention in business when it's a Republican administration. So we're living in crazy times. But I do worry about that. I think that capital markets, the American capital markets, is the envy of the world. That is what we have. That's our secret sauce. And that's taking us from crisis to growth every time. And so I hope we stay with that.
Former senior White House advisor, now TWG Global. Thank you so much, Amos Hochstein. Really wonderful to have you. Let's do it again soon. Right now, let's get you an update on stories else for this morning. Here's your Bloomberg Brief with Yahara and Tahara.
Hi, Lisa. Jimmy Kimmel said his comments about conservative activist Charlie Kirk were intentionally and maliciously characterized.
I didn't think there was a big problem. I just saw it as distortion on the part of some of the right-wing media networks, and I aimed to correct it.
Speaking at the Bloomberg Screen Time conference, Kimmel said his opening monologue on the night he returned to air was not scripted. Sticking with media, Paramount is in talks with Apollo Global Management for a possible bid for Warner Brothers Discovery. People familiar telling Bloomberg the talks have also involved Apollo-owned Legendary Entertainment. Legendary is a partner in many of Warner Brothers' top film franchises. Paramount itself was just taken over in a merger with Skydance Media back in August. And the Yankees season has come to an end as they fell to the Blue Jays 5-2, sending Toronto to the American League Championship Series and sending the Yankees back to the drawing board. Sorry, Henry. Elsewhere, the Tigers defeated the Mariners, tying that series at 2 games apiece. And in the National League, the Cubs avoided a sweep with a win over the Brewers, and the Phillies staved off elimination against the Dodgers. That's your Bloomberg Brief, Lisa.
That's just basically bait for Emory. Yeah, exactly.
I do know now what it feels like to be a Mets fan. I will say, Blue Jays, congratulations. I'm getting so many Canadian viewers tuning in to surveillance and trolling me, telling me to focus on, politics and business and not baseball. But you won the East Division Championship, and they are literally pouring themselves with champagne like they won the World Series. It's going to be a bit of a long road ahead for you guys. Just want to say that.
All right. You can throw all the shade that you want to. All I know is that this is also big business. And right now, Yankees might be worth just a little bit less. But we will talk about that never again. Up next, managing monetary policy.
I said before, the Fed told us concentrate on maximum employment, concentrate on stable prices, right? Don't concentrate on the political stuff. Don't concentrate on anything outside of those. That's what I think is important.
So now Josiah Franklin Templeton joins us next. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
The key issue right now for us in the diamond space is the declared divestment of Anglo from GBS. And as you know, Anglo holds 85% stake in GBS. Botswana, the government of the Republic of Botswana holds 15. We are resolute now, and we've communicated a firm intention to increase our stake in GPS to a controlling state. We have lined up a number of potential collaborators with us, if I may put it that way. We have targeted funders, we have parties, we have the Oman Sovereign Wealth Fund, we have others who are willing and ready.
It's the countdown to the market open as we bring you the first trades across Europe.
Hello, my name is DrPaulCottrell, and we are live streaming on Rumble, YouTube, my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and also on X Spaces. Thank you for joining. I greatly appreciate it. Please help support the work that I do by sharing the links, asking your social media to follow me. You can follow me on multiple modalities. You can follow me on YouTube. I have 4 channels on YouTube. I have Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. You can follow me on X, GETTR, Substack, Patreon. Please help support the work by subscribing to the channels and asking your social media to follow me. If you like the content that I make, all this content is for free. Please help support the work by donating on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video. You can donate through Stripe, PayPal, or buy me a coffee. You can be a paid member to my Patreon channel. You can also be a paid member to my Substack. That's a great way to help support the free content that I provide. I also have TikTok, so you can follow some of the short videos that are made on TikTok. All the links are in the description of this video and all my videos. I also have products on my website, ebooks, supplements, and course material in immunology and pulmonology. Please help support the work by getting the great products that I offer. If you pay attention to how to stack these products, you're going to be able to slow down the aging process and boost up your immune system. This is a health protocol that I've developed that I do to help to slow down the aging process and to boost up the immune system. We're in the fall season, and as we go through the fall season and into the winter season this year in the United States, you need to be prepared. So if you pay attention to this video, you're going to be able to prepare for the fall and winter season and boost up that immune system. With that, a big part of the news today is the potential peace agreement and the exchange of hostages. Most likely it'll take place on Monday, but this is a milestone. It's been 2 years since the war began in Gaza. The question is this a false peace? Is this a peace that will last or not? I mentioned with my show with John Hogue that I didn't think that the peace agreement would last, that there would be some sort of short-term agreement and then one of the parties would fail to follow the agreement and then further conflict will arise. Now that's looking at it from a geopolitical level. I'm also looking at it from a metaphysical level. Next year, on September 11th of 2026, there's Rosh Hashanah. That's the new year. That happens to be on Shabbos, the Sabbath. You can't blow the shofar, the ram's horn, on Shabbos. When Rosh Hashanah and Shabbos coincide, those are very perilous years. Those are perilous years for the Jewish people and for the world. My take on this is this. This will be a false peace. It may last for a few months, maybe even almost a year. But as we approach 2026 and the shofar is not blown on Rosh Hashanah of next year, there's going to be a curse that comes down on the world. And this curse is going to involve not just the Middle East, it's going to involve the whole world. Now, I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I don't think so. It seems to me that it doesn't get to the core issue of who has the Temple Mount. That's the core issue. It's not Gaza. It's not even exchanging of the hostages. Who owns the Temple Mount? Who has control of the Temple Mount? And right now, the Arabs have control of the Temple Mount. That's the Dome of the Rock. So if this is a false peace, then what's going to happen is that further conflict will arise. And not only will there be an annexing of Gaza, Gaza's already destroyed. It will be the same thing in the West Bank. And there's going to be a heavy curse, economic, geopolitical. Take it in the context. What happens in a year in Ukraine? Do you think the war is going to be continuing, get worse? If you pay attention to the news, Article 5 might be activated for NATO because of what Putin's been doing. So there's a high probability in 1 year that the conflict in Europe is going to be worse. Then take a look at the central banks in Europe, the ECB and the Bank of England, the BOE. They want to do quantitative tightening because of their balance sheet, because of COVID and because of Lehman. They can't do it. Why? Because if they do quantitative tightening, then what's going to happen is interest rates are going to go up, especially at the longer end of the curve. Their country is in debt. They can't issue new debt at high interest rates. So they have a major financial problem in the UK and in France, and it's starting to emerge in Germany. So you have the fiscal debt, you have these debt cliffs or doom loops for England, France, and Germany, on top of the war in Ukraine. Then go over to the other side of the world where will President Xi make his move on Taiwan? How stable is his government? Will he be ousted? If he's ousted, then maybe there will be less potential conflict in the region. But if he feels as though that he's being threatened internally in the Chinese politic, then he may decide to try to consolidate power and launch a strike on Taiwan. What's the United States going to do then? See, the point I'm making is that there's a lot of pieces in the landscape. There's a lot of individual, seemingly disparate items that could merge, that can coalesce, that will lead to a big world event. So if this is a false peace, and if I am right about the not blowing the shofar next year in 2026, the curse that Israel had on October 7th, because remember, October 7th was Simchas Torah. This is 2023. Simchas Torah, and that a couple weeks before that was Rosh Hashanah, and that Rosh Hashanah in 2026, the shofar wasn't blown because Rosh Hashanah was on the Sabbath. Well, that was a curse on Israel. Well, if Israel can't get their act together, and the international community can't get their act together with this whole peace agreement, and it becomes a false peace agreement, then there will be a curse on the whole world. Now, that's my perspective on it. It's taking some geopolitical, some financial, and also from a metaphysical perspective. And I think it's a unique perspective. I don't think anyone's talking about it in these terms. But if this is a false peace, there is an extremely high probability that there is going to be further world conflict that affects people's livelihood, finances, and in some regions of the world, their life. All right. With that, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Be prepared for the fall and the winter. If you've been paying attention to the analysis of water waste and some of the cases that are starting to rise in certain states around the United States, you need to start boosting up your immune system and just be prepared. Doesn't mean that you have to hide under your bed. It doesn't mean that you just, stop living your life. It's just that you need to boost up your immune system and just be prepared for the fall and winter. All right. So please go to my store and get the lozenges and the drops. I have the drops that are smaller than the lozenges. You get 100 in each bag. You can get it in cherry flavor, blueberry, and honey and lemon. And the lozenges, you can get it in a 21 count for each bag. And I have it in stock in elderberry zinc. These lozenges and drops are very high quality. The moment you have that throat irritation during the fall and the winter season, take them right away to mitigate the problem. You do not want an attachment to your epithelial lining in your oropharynx. As these mutations have been taking place, I have to talk, on eggshells here because of the censorship on YouTube. All right, I can't say certain words or there'll be a strike on it. So you just pay attention to what I'm saying very closely. All right, I know some people they need everything spelled out for them because they don't have any attention span. But you have to pay attention to me very carefully. Mutations have taken place where there's an attachment to the epithelial lining of the oropharynx. If you do not mitigate the throat irritation, you have increased your chances of having further pathogenic problems. All right? So what you need to do is the moment you have that throat irritation, you need to take lozenges and drops. You need to take high quality ones that will help to neutralize. That's what I have. Why? Because they're made from structural nanosilver. So what you need to do is get a few bags for your household and for work. The moment you have that throat irritation, take the drops and the lozenges. All right? Mitigate the problem right away. Now, if you just step back and look at this from an anti-aging point of view, if you are sick 2 or 3 times a year chronically, even if it's benign, like a common cold, just 3 times a year, and you only have it for 5 days or 7 days, it takes 2 weeks to heal your body, your immune system, the affected tissues. And that's something benign. That's something mild. 2 weeks to heal. So you have a week to not be feeling well and doing some tissue destruction. And then 2 weeks after that to actually heal for something very benign. And if you have that 3 times a year, well, that's six weeks out of the year, every year, that you're either sick or healing from the sickness. This is part of the reason why, if you look at people that are sick chronically, they age faster. Their immune system isn't as robust, and their tissue has been damaged and is going through a remodeling process. Now expand this to something that is more instead of it being mild, it's moderate or severe, where it's more of a respiratory problem, more of an issue of breathing, and you have it for a month. All right, and then it goes away. Well, let's say you had it for 4 weeks, and you clear it. It's going to take you about 6 to 8 weeks to heal the tissue. So just keep that in mind, that just because you're done with something, you feel fine. Your body is remodeling, and so it's going to take time to heal. And that when you've been bombarded by sickness, your free radicals go up, your inflammation goes up, your cortisol levels are going up. These are all, if it's chronic, these are all things that speed up the aging process. So this is the reason why, just from an anti-aging perspective, you want to mitigate common cold and other problematic diseases. So this is why it's so important to boost up the immune system, because the more mild it is, the better off you are long term. The more severe it is, the more time it takes to actually remodel the body. All right, that's just taking it from an anti-aging perspective. Then you add in the issues of 2020 and some of these mutations that are taking place, and the repulsing of contracting something or the pulsing of inoculations also causes problems with the immune system. So you need to really pay attention to me. There's nobody on the face of the planet. I mean, over 8 billion people that we have on the planet, there's nobody as knowledgeable about this than me. All right? So you just need to pay attention. Be prepared for this fall and winter. Now, a lot of people are so focused on, oh, it's mild, it's no big deal. So they're only dealing with the immediacy of it. They don't realize that even with weathering the storm, they don't realize that there are aftershocks that may start to arise 15 months later or 6 months later that are lingering. This is another aspect of this that people need to pay attention to. So if you keep the inflammation down, if you keep your body at a state of better health and you boost up your immune system, you're reducing the chances of the aftershock. So it's not just the immediacy. The immediacy, dealing with the immediacy of the infection is important. But you also have to realize that there's an aftershock that may be months later, even after tissue remodeling. Why? Because you can never clear it. Once you get it, you can never clear it. It stays in tissue. So people say, oh, they had it and they're clear. You never clear it. It's always with you. Please go to my store and get prepared for the fall and winter, because it will be problematic.
Fundamental underpinning, because you're seeing upward earnings revisions. The questions will start to mount as we get into 2026. If we start 2026, let's say we get to 7,000, you'll be trading at an incredibly high valuation. You'll be trading at about 23.5 times 2026 numbers. You'll likely have positioning that gets very extended. You'll likely be in a place where sentiment gets even more extended if we get to that level, as we saw this morning with AAII starting to bounce up. So all of that sets up for a tougher potential start to 2026, unless we get the scenario where we're singing "Let's Go Crazy" and party like it's 1999, and you start seeing this chase even further into markets, which could happen. But as we know, trees don't go to the sky. So bubbles have the same risk as they melt up that they could melt down. But again, respect the momentum.
What's the catalyst for a meltdown? Is it just going to be seeing whether or not these companies can deliver on earnings?
I think the other important factor, it's not just the earnings side of things, but we have to appreciate how important liquidity has been for this market. Liquidity is the reason why you can trade right now at 22.9 times forward. If liquidity starts to recede, we're watching things like Treasury funding, how that interacts with money markets as the Fed is cutting interest rates. If liquidity becomes less supportive for this market, then even if the AI narrative continues, it might challenge the fact that we look around and say everything is extraordinarily expensive. But if Treasury pulls out all the stops and Fed pulls out all the stops to keep liquidity abundant, don't be surprised if we continue to get further and further into this valuation rarefied air.
You talk about in your note feeding the flames because we can't let go. Shout out Post Malone. You're talking about AI, but isn't the Fed just going to be feeding these flames into 2026?
Yeah, we think that the Fed, the new Fed, very different than this old Fed. Old Fed balance between employment and inflation. New Fed is cutting to 3% no matter what, meaning that even if we see this inflation stay sticky, we think that Fed is going to be cutting rates. The question is, what is the consequence of that? What happens to long-term interest rates in that environment? It is absolutely incredible that inflation break-evens and 5-year forward inflation swaps remain subdued. They remain well below where they were in 2022, which just means that this bond market still believes that the Fed, the new Fed, is going to tame inflation. I think that remains to be seen.
How can you bet against that with the liquidity that you're talking about? What we saw yesterday, the 10-year auction, it went fine. There was plenty of demand. Today, ahead of that 30-year auction, I remember when people were really worried about 30-year bonds. Now people are buying the 30-year note before this auction. So how do you make a bet on what you're talking about given what we're seeing in markets?
I think it's a light to the eyes until you start to see signs that there's funding stress, and it's likely funding stress at the short end. Mistakes happen at funding the short end, meaning that you have some kind of issues with treasury funding, with bills potentially as we get into 2026. That is something that we'll have to watch for. But for now, liquidity remains hyper abundant. So woe is the person who's trying to bet against it.
And this is the reason why it's been such a difficult market to really understand exactly how we're fast forwarding. If people really believe in the innovation of the United States and they believe that there is a Fed that is going to cut to 3%, is that why, and are you buying gold?
Yeah. Well, I think gold is such an encapsulation of all these different fears. It's not just the side of things that we know central banks are buying gold because of the weaponization of the dollar post the Russian invasion of Ukraine. We know that that bid is there. But gold is a way for you to express fears about what's going on within dollar debasement, fiscal dominance, and not just in the US, but around the world. Now, we call gold a psychological
Imagine.
Because it's not necessarily the actual event happening. The debasement doesn't have to happen. It's the fear of it happening that drives demand for gold. Very similar to things like Bitcoin, but Bitcoin adds the factor of liquidity. You have to have abundant liquidity for Bitcoin to do well, even if those fears were.
All right, I'm going to go to Fox News about the Israeli-Hamas deal and their perspective on it. Another thing that you need to keep in mind based on this thought that I have that the world will be cursed if this is a false peace agreement. From the crisis of 2020, there's two paths here. I'm doing a generalization. The world could have further problems with the aftershock, or there is a blessing that comes down that prevents that aftershock to come to fruition, and it becomes more attenuated. All right? Now, I know this is a metaphysical concept here. So individuals that don't subscribe to metaphysics, then they'll disagree with me. But if we take it from the metaphysical perspective, we have a pathogen that's out there, that's floating around now from the 2020 crisis, that's inside people that can't get rid of it, that's floating around and mutating, and it's endemic right now. All right? Now it can stay endemic and it's really not that big of a deal compared to what we went through in the in 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023 in comparative terms. Or let's say that there is a curse on the earth and it's much worse. It rears its head, it's endemic, and then it turns pandemic again, somehow, some way. Either through human means or through natural emergence. But it goes under the rubric that if there is a false peace, then where's the blessing in 2026 for the world? Because the blessing won't be there. There will not be a blessing in 2026. That's a foregone conclusion. Why? People would say, why is that? Why, Dr. Paul? Why are you saying that? How do you know this? The shofar isn't blown. Well, why is that a big deal? The shofar actually silences Satan, Satan. It silences the prosecutor. If it's not blown, you're not silencing the prosecutor. So if mankind deserves a curse, it will happen because there's no silencing of the prosecutor. That's why. And so if you look at this large landscape, even from the crisis of 2020 and the way people reacted to it, the self-centeredness, the focus that, that the cause was for one reason and not another reason, and not realizing it was a multitude of reasons why the crisis happened. Mankind doing things that they shouldn't be doing in the lab for gain of function, over-inoculating with the same epitope around the world. Mankind, if you really sit down and are honest, do you really believe that mankind deserves a blessing? So this year, the shofar was blown. So there's a little bit of a blessing that is coming down to earth. But what happens in 2026? In the landscape of with the hindsight of looking back on what happened in 2020, looking back at what happened in 2023. Israel supposedly has red heifers. It looks like they didn't do the ritual slaughtering yet. Maybe Israel will be cursed for not doing the ritual slaughtering. You ever thought about that? So we're in perilous times here. So this is the reason why I keep on saying, is this a false peace? Is this a calm before a major storm? Now, if you just take away the metaphysics and just look at the geopolitical environment, historians and practicing generals would say, we're already in World War III. So with that perspective, mankind is going to be going into perilous times if this is a false peace. So it's not just Israel. It's not just Gaza. It's not just Ukraine. It's not just what we went through in 2020. These are all coming ahead. They seem disparate, but there's an emergent behavior and a complex system that we call the human race and society that could emerge a really bad thing in a year or so. So when the curse comes down, and it happens to be September 11th, which is a ominous sign, September 11th of 2026, and this is all happening? And then if you take a look at it from the metaphysical perspective, the soul roots between Jacob and Esau. The strength of Esau is in the month of September and October, the apex. So you have like February, March, April, May, June, July is the months that are strong for Jacob. You ever wonder why a lot of bad things happen in September and October? It's because of the soul root of Esau. So this is another alignment of the metaphysics. Think about all the bad things that have happened economically or even geopolitically. Black Hawk Down, that happened in October. The crash of 1929, that happened in October. 9/11, well, that happened in September. Like I said, that's Esau. That's the soul root of Esau. So the soul root's strength, so See, in the metaphysics, the Esau strength is cyclical, just like it's cyclical for Jacob. And Esau and Jacob are battling each other because they're twins, and they both want the land. They both have their own logic on why they deserve the land. All right? I come from the perspective that Jacob owns the land, not Esau. But the point here is that both sides think that they own the land. So they're battling each other. But Jacob and Esau are already dead. But the soul roots of the nations aren't. And those nations were coming from an energy source that's called the soul root from Jacob and Esau. And they're inversely related. So as Jacob is strong, Esau's weak. As Esau's strong, Jacob is weak. You ever wonder why a lot of good things happen in April? Because the soul root of Jacob actually is in April, the apex. And so there is this cyclical pattern that is happening. So September 11th, 2026, when the shofar is not blown and you can't silence the great prosecutor, aka Satan or Satan, then what happens is that it strengthens the soul root of Esau. Now, would you prefer to guide the world through tumultuous times from the perspective of Esau or from the perspective of Jacob? And this is why there's going to be a curse that's going to be happening. And I think it's tied to why Israel, for some reason, Israel hasn't done the ritual slaughtering of the red heifer. Now, people would Google, they type it into their AI, was there a ritual slaughtering of the red heifer yet? And then they'll say, "Oh, there was." Well, no, there wasn't. It wasn't on Mount Olive. There's a procedure that has to take place. It's called the Paraduma. And the Paraduma makes it very clear it has to be on the Mount Olive. So they didn't ritually slaughter it. Now, it seems as though they did a practice. Now, the question is, why haven't they ritually slaughtered the other ones? Now, why is this so important? This hasn't happened for over 2,000 years. And the red heifers seem to just magically appear just by happenstance during the crisis that we went through in 2020. This is another reason why. This is another thread that I'm saying that the crisis of 2020 is related to the red heifers. The crisis that we went through in 2020 and the red heifers are tied to the curse that happened in 2023 and what happened on October 7th. You ever wonder, why is Israel going through so much tumultuous times and having a multi-front war that most experts said that they were going to lose and they didn't lose? Doesn't it seem like there was a little bit of a blessing that came down to help? Assuming that Israel was going to do the right thing, and maybe they didn't do the right thing. From my perspective, they didn't sacrifice the red heifer. They didn't do the ritual slaughtering. It's not a sacrifice, it's a ritual slaughtering. It's two different things. But the ritual slaughtering didn't happen. So maybe Israel didn't follow what was supposed to happen. But you ever wonder what's happening in Ukraine and Israel are happening at the same time? Some of the most religious thoughts in Hasidic philosophy came out of Ukraine. That's like Aristotle and Plato and all that for the Greeks. All right? Ukraine is that of Jewish philosophy. Jewish philosophy doesn't come from Israel. Jewish philosophy comes from Ukraine. So both of these things are happening at the same time. And it's these philosophers, these Hasidic philosophers, that are actually telling you what's going to happen during the Messianic age. These people are at very high IQs. So these things are happening at the same time. There's a battle that's happening. Now the question is, are we doing the right thing so we're not cursed in 2026? And I think a major data point there is what is happening with this peace agreement. Is it false? Is it for condos in Gaza? Is it for pushing deals in the Middle East for AI infrastructure? If that's the case, then this world is going to be cursed. But if it's really a lasting peace that leads to the third temple to be rebuilt, and there's peace among the nations within the Middle East, then if we have the right mindset, the world, and there's real peace that allows for the Temple Mount to be rebuilt, it'll be long lasting, and there'll be a blessing that is brought down on earth, because all the nations will benefit from the blessing that comes down. All nations. That's written down. That's been written down for thousands of years. But if it's not allowed to happen, there will be a heavy curse on everybody. And this is the point that I'm making. Is that I'm not so sure that our geopolitical strategy is in line with making sure that the Temple Mount is built. All right. With that long-winded explanation, because there's some elements of it that I am mentioning that a lot of people don't understand. But it's coming from a very mystical philosophy, and those origins of that philosophy that was written down come from Ukraine. The ones that were not written down go all the way back to Mount Sinai. But it was an oral tradition. The Kabbalistic mystical aspect was an oral tradition, and eventually it was codified in writing. But the point here is that this is how the world works, according to this mysticism. So we're in perilous times if we don't manage this correctly. And Israel and Ukraine are tied at the hip. They're tied at the hip. And it's not in the sense that most people would think. It's tied to. You ever wonder, like, Ukraine also has a lot of nuclear energy, right? And Chernobyl, that's from Ukraine. And what happened with Chernobyl? Chernobyl was this nuclear accident, right? Mankind thinks that they can manage something, and then they get hubris, and then all of a sudden a bad thing happens. This particular metaphor, Chernobyl, is the metaphor that I'm talking about. That mankind thinks they'll be able to manage this multiple variable issue, and they have the hubris that they think that they have the knowledge to be able to make it stable. And then all of a sudden, a catastrophic thing happens. But this catastrophe isn't going to be in Chernobyl. This catastrophe will be like Chernobyl, but it will be worldwide because of the hubris of our geopolitical stance.
Morning with a Fox News alert. Israelis and Palestinians celebrating this morning as President Trump secures an historic peace deal to end the war in Gaza. Both Israel and Hamas agreeing to the first phase of the deal, which called...
Now I'm going to give you another truth bomb. All right? Okay, everyone's celebrating. All right? What month are we in? October. Who has the strength with their soul root? Esau. Okay? So you keep that in mind. And the ones that were captured in October 7th, they were non-practicing Jews. If they were practicing Jews, they wouldn't have been at the dance parties because it was during a holiday. You ever wonder why Orthodox weren't captured? Think about that. The Orthodox were not captured. Why was that? Why was that? Because they weren't at the dance party. So there's at a microcosmic level, there were non-practicing Jews that were actually cursed on October 7th of 2023. But the ones that were observing were not cursed. But the problem comes in is that as the war started to gain momentum, other individuals within the communities, Arab communities and Israeli communities, were harmed by the whole war because of collateral damage. Now, of course, there was much more collateral damage in Gaza than there was in Israel proper. For sure of that. But the thing is, beware of the happiness and the joy of both sides, Esau and Jacob, because this might be a false peace. So if you're jumping for joy, oh, there's going to be peace, and there's going to be hostages being given back. Well, wait a minute. There was a curse that was put on the hostages because they weren't following Torah. That's a fact. So, so are you jumping for joy because they didn't follow Torah and that there was an edict? You got to remember what happened on October 7th. Several days before that, a couple weeks before that, was Rosh Hashanah, where the shofar wasn't blown. So there was a curse that was brought down. There was a curse that was brought down on the Gazans, there was on Israel, and especially the ones that weren't following the Torah on Simchas Torah. For the ones that went to the dance party. Because they're liberal, they're secular. So they're jumping for joy that it's the end of the war, but they're not realizing, did they change their behavior? Did either side change their behavior to prevent another curse from coming? This is another point that I'm making. This is that 2026, September 11th, is a big problem. It's a big problem. Now, I know I'm going off on a tangent here, but it's related. If you take a look at the hat of Trump, it says 45-47. Why? Because he was president, he was the 45th president and the 47th president. What's 4 plus 5? 9. What's 4 plus 7? 11. His fucking hat said 9/11. Now, think about this for a second. Charlie Kirk was assassinated on 9/10. And I kept on saying that in November of last year, I was worried that Trump, as he went after the deep state, as he went after the national security state and he tried to restructure it, that he was opening himself up to a potential false flag 9/11 type event. Now, many people thought it would be like a Tet Offensive that would happen this year, where it would be multiple cities all at once, maybe with drones, but there would be some sort of mass casualty attacks that were coordinated, but they were coordinated on the same day, but they were individual cells. Just imagine 50 cities getting hit with mass casualties all at the same time. That's what a lot of people were thinking was going to happen. Maybe with drones, maybe not, but that didn't happen. But what did happen was a political assassination that took place on 9/10. Now, whose soul root is the strongest in September? Esau. Now, and then, so there was this kind of like, these events that are taking place are tied to the strength of Esau, and there is this worry of September and October All right, let's continue.
For a ceasefire and the release of all hostages.
Families praising the president after learning their loved ones will finally be returning home.
What do you guys have to say to President Trump?
Okay, now every single one of these people that are in this, now I'm not trying to put a wet blanket on this, all right? But the thing is that I'm trying to give a perspective that is unique, that might be right, all right? Every single one of these people that are saying thank you to Trump, and Ludnick is in the room. It looks like he's Hostages Family Forum in Washington, all right? These aren't Orthodox. These are secular Jews. These are non-observant Jews. Now, if the curse came down because they were not observant, then what are they celebrating? From God's perspective. God's perspective. What are they celebrating? Not a humanist perspective. The humanist perspective would be getting the hostages back to the family members. And of course, if you're a family member, you'd want your loved one back, right? But from God's perspective, there was a curse that was brought down because of a lack of observance. But God also has mercy. There's more mercy in the world than there is judgment. If there was more judgment, mankind wouldn't even be alive. So there's the scale is tipped to mercy, not to judgment or gevura. Gevura, this is Kabbalistic what I'm saying here. Gevura at times has more strength than mercy, but it's not usually the case. And so therefore, mercy prevails in the long run. But in the short run, sometimes gevura takes hold. And there's a judgment that takes place. Now, Jews have this tefillin that men wear during the normal days of the year, non-holidays, non-Shabbos days. And you wrap your left arm. Your left arm is based on Kabbalistic teaching, judgment. Your right side is more based on, your right arm is based on mercy. So when you bind the left, you're silencing the judgment. You're preventing the judgment. You're allowing for mercy to take hold. Very similar to the blowing of the shofar. The shofar is silencing the prosecutor, Satan, trying to keep the judgment at bay, trying to prevent the judgment. All right? But you got a gigantic sea of people out there that are anti-Semitic, that are trying to demonize Israel and everything about it. Now, is Israel perfect? No, absolutely not. They're complicit with a lot of bad things, especially Netanyahu. But when you demonize the actual core religion, and not just some bad apples, but you demonize the religion, you really think that there's going to be a blessing on the earth or a curse? Especially when Jews are doing all these things, they're trying to silence judgment. So when you have a secular group of Jews that aren't silencing judgment, don't be surprised that more judgment happens in the world. See how this works? Now that's the microcosm. Now take it to the extreme, where there's a Temple Mount and there's a new temple that's built. And there's blessing that comes down. Well, if the temple's not there, do you think that there's blessing that comes down? No. So if you have a world that keeps on demonizing the people that are actually trying to build the machine that actually brings blessing into the world, don't be surprised that no blessing happens. You gotta look at this from a perspective of Both sides are at fault. Jews and Muslims. And there's this battle between Esau and Jacob. But I am 100% sure on this. This world will be in flames if Esau has control. Because Jacob and Esau were twins. I think it's Rebecca. I think it's Rebecca was the mother. I could be wrong on that, but I think it's Rebecca. All right, so it's Abraham had Isaac, and then Isaac had Jacob and Esau. All right, and the blessing went to Jacob. But there was a little bit of, maneuvering by the mother to make sure that Jacob received the blessing, even though he was the twin that was born second, I think it was. So the blessing was supposed to go to Esau, but Esau was an animal. The mother knows better. And she knew that if the blessing went to an animal and not someone that was a little bit more studious and a little bit more homebody, like Jacob, more of a caretaker of a flock compared to a hunter like Esau. If you had that much power from the Temple Mount, from the building of the temple, then that soul root of Esau would have used that energy that was coming from the temple in a negative way, in a gevura way, not a mercy way. And that's the battle. And the mother knew that if you were to give Esau power, it would curse the world. If you give the power to Jacob, there will be more mercy in the world. That doesn't mean that there won't be conflict, but there will be more mercy. So this is a battle between not just Jacob and Esau, but this balance between gevura and mercy. All right, let's continue on. I'm sure no one's talking about this. This is like, very few people would. I probably can even understand what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is true. This has been written down for thousands of years. Okay. So my observation of this, yeah, people are happy. But the thing is are they really religious? Are they observant? I'll tell you right now, they're not observant. I can just look at them and I can tell that they're not observant. Now, let me give you another truth bomb. During Passover, this is when you have the matzah and you have the reading of the Haggadah, and you're telling the story of being enslaved in Egypt and all this, right? There was a big movement in the secular movement where you should have an empty plate and an empty seat for individuals that passed away from the Holocaust. But the rabbis said, no, you should not do that. Why would you put an empty seat for an individual that no longer exists? What you should do is see these secular Jews that aren't practicing, not even having a Seder, not following Passover. They should be in the seat. See? There's this kind of there's this pervertedness through an emotional fallacy where you have an empty seat with an empty plate, trying to remember some sort of family member or the Jewish community at large of the atrocities of the Holocaust. That doesn't change anything. How do you change things is by having action. by bringing people and having a proper lifestyle instead of a secular lifestyle that usually leads to hedonistic behavior. So this is the types of people we're dealing with here. In the Jewish sector of this news. These are the types of Jews that want the table plate to be empty with no one in the seat. Now, what I'm saying is pretty deep.
Mission until every hostage, every 48 of the hostages are home.
And our commander-in-chief confident the deal paves the way for peace in the Middle East.
The surrounding have all signed. I mean, they're all signed up, and it's been really an amazing period of time, and so great for Israel, so great for Muslims, for the Arab countries, and so great for this country, for the United States of America, and that we could be involved in, making a deal like this happen, because it was.
All right. So if it's such a great deal, tell me, show me, put a link in the description, or just tell me something where it explains what's going on in the Temple Mount. Because if you listen to Al Jazeera, they say they occupied East Jerusalem. Al Jazeera still thinks that the Muslim community owns the Temple Mount. I think that's a big problem. Why? Because I just told you the metaphysics of this. The blessing doesn't come down on earth without the Temple Mount being rebuilt. The blessing doesn't come from the Dome of the Rock. I mean, think about this. If you look at it, since the 1300s, you think there's been blessing in the world? It's been nothing but war and destruction. And who has the ownership of the Dome of the Rock? The Muslims. This is Esau. This is Gevurah. This is judgment. And people need to wake up. This is the problem. So this is a false peace. It's a false peace. God doesn't really care about Gaza. He doesn't care about Washington, D.C. He doesn't care about Lake Michigan. He doesn't even care about the Indian Ocean. The reality of the situation is that there was a desire, for whatever reason, but there was a desire to have a temple built and to have an energy source that comes down. Now, why that is, I am not smart enough to know that. But I'm sure that just about everybody on the planet isn't smart enough to know it. But this is a false peace because it doesn't get to the core of the issue. What is going on with the Temple Mount? Because for the Temple Mount to be rebuilt, the Dome of the Rock has to come down. Now, you think that you really have peace? If Israel said, we're taking down the Dome of the Rock, you think you have peace? So it's a false peace. And this is the point that I'm making. It's a false peace.
Years they talked about peace in the Middle East. This is more than Gaza. This is peace in the Middle East. And it's
Really?
an incredible thing.
I don't think so.
It is not a done deal just yet. Hamas still has to hold up its end of the bargain. An expert on foreign relations weighs in just a few minutes.
You are watching Fox and Friends First on this historic Thursday morning. I'm Carly Shimkus.
And I'm Todd Pyro. First, let's turn it over to Steve Harrigan with the latest on the ground in Tel Aviv. Steve.
People woke up across Israel to some very good news this morning. President Trump announcing that historic peace deal between Israel and Hamas that will free all 48 hostages. It's estimated that 20 of those hostages still alive. The president saying he expects those hostages to be set free on Monday.
Terrible situation there. They're deep in the earth, and they're being gotten, and a lot of things are happening right now. As we speak, so much is happening to get the hostages freed, and we think they'll all be coming back on Monday. So it looks like that's the thing, and that'll include the bodies of the dead.
The Israeli cabinet set to meet today to sign off on the deal. Right now, there's still been military activity in Gaza this morning, some signs of smoke rising, but we expect at least a temporary ceasefire to be announced shortly, and we also expect Israeli military forces beginning to redeploy to a defensive posture along a line as yet to be determined. After all the hostages are released, then Israel will begin to release 250 prisoners. In Tel Aviv here, there's been really some scenes of joy, especially among family members who hope to be soon reunited, people they've been waiting for the past 2 years.
They're coming back. Matan is coming back. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't explain what I'm feeling. It's crazy. What do I say to him? What do I do? Hug and kiss him. Just tell him that I love him. That's it. And to see his eyes sink into mine.
In the longer term of this deal, some challenges still remain.
Now, put it in the context of what I've been saying in previous videos. No one's life is more important than the Constitution. My life is not important. Your life is not more important. The President of the United States' life is not more important than the Constitution. Why? Because the Constitution is a document that is for all generations. And that if you protect it, future generations will have freedom. Freedom of religion and from religion. All right? Now, why am I saying that? People right now are focused on egocentric perspectives. They're getting their family members back. But you got to also remember, their family members were cursed because of their behavior. Fact. Now, that doesn't mean that it was right for Hamas to do what they did. Hamas also has been cursed. Look at what has happened to Gaza. It's been leveled. All right? So, focusing on just the ego-ness at the family unit level and not realizing, well, wait a minute, is getting the hostages back better for the world? Is it? Let's be honest. Is it? We don't really know. It's too easy to answer yes without really diving in to that question. Is getting the hostages back, is doing a false peace better for the world? And look at it from the perspective of short term and long term. When someone says anything to get the hostages back, really? What about giving up the land of Israel? What about giving permanent ownership of the Temple Mount? What about having less or have no taxpayer money from the United States funding Israel, which I personally think should happen? I don't think that the United States taxpayers should be funding Israel. They should finance their own country. Not only that, they should stop being in our politics through, super PACs. But the thing is that this is a complex question that I'm asking. Giving hostages back, is it good for the world, short term and long term? Really sit and think about that for a second. Now, if you're a family member, you're going to want your you want the family member back. But what if your desire for that actually brings a curse to the world? Do you deserve it? Is it worth it? To have more destruction in 15 months from now? Sometimes you have to take a look at this from the perspective of being a stoic. You have to take the pain. You have to just go through it and realize that you're not going to get what you want, but in the long run, it's better for mankind.
Hamas is a key one. Also, Hamas may still want to try and play a role in future governance of Gaza. That's something Israel says is not going to happen. We expect President Trump to come to the region, to come here over the weekend to witness the signing of the peace deal and also the release of the hostages, which his administration has done so much to engineer. Guys, back to you.
Steve, give us a sense of what it's like in Israel right now. It feels like a special day here in the United States. I can only imagine what it's like walking around the streets of Tel Aviv.
It is overwhelming, a real sense of joy. And to see a mother about to reunite with her son, I think that's something universal.
Egoism. It's egoism. Now, people may consider what I'm saying cold, but you got to take it from the perspective of this balance between Gevurah and mercy. Curse, no curse. What's around the corner in 2026? Rosh Hashanah, 9/11, the shofar's not blown. And I'll tell you what, if you're looking at probabilities, the probability of something bad taking place in a year from now is pretty damn fucking high.
Everyone can feel today.
Yeah. And the fact that the president could be in Israel to witness the signing of this peace deal and also the release of the hostages will be one of the most historic moments of his or any presidency. So we will certainly be watching out for more news on that. Steve Harrigan, live from Tel Aviv.
This is an expedited piece. This is an expedited piece that doesn't get to the root, the root of the big question. What about the Temple Mount? Is the Dome of Rock coming down? If not, it hasn't solved the problem. But the United States is going to have lots of investment from the Saudis, lots of investment from Qatar, lots of investment from the UAE. So what is this deal really about? It's about economics. See the point I'm making? It's a false peace. Wrapped up in an emotional fallacy. Now, let's go back to some metaphysics here. If you get rid of the negative soul root of Esau, because the soul root of Esau splits into positive and negative, it repents and aligns with Jacob. But the one that doesn't repent is what I call negative Esau. And Satan knows that the energy force is from Esau. It's attached. Satan's attached to Esau. But as Esau starts to wane in power, the power of Satan starts to go down. And it increases the probability of the Temple Mount to be rebuilt. Now, from Satan's point of view, he wants Esau to maintain power. Well, wait a minute here. Isn't that what we just saw in this peace agreement? Is negative Esau still alive? Yes. That means Satan is still alive. It's a false peace. And so Satan is a cunning person. It's not even a person, it's an entity. It's a spiritual, it's not a physical being, but it's a spiritual concept and a spiritual entity. But Satan will try to convince the international community, oh, this is a great thing. You're kicking the can down the road so you can live another day, maybe another week, another few hundred years, whatever it is. But Satan's supposed to die with negative Esau. And this is all wrapped up in this whole messianic time period. The evil ends. This whole idea of evil dies. But you can't have evil dying if you still have negative Esau. You can still have positive Esau because Esau repented. But negative Esau is still there right now, according to this agreement. So it's a false peace. It's a false peace. Now people would say, well, maybe this is a stepping stone to a greater peace. All right, I'll give you that. That might be. But you probably will have fits and starts between from now until then. And you probably, this peace, I see this peace falling apart. because it's wrapped up in commerce. Now, I don't subscribe to the New Testament. I subscribe to the Old Testament. But even in the New Testament, it talks about the money changers and how JC was, against the temple money changers. How is this any different? How is this any different? The money changers, the commerce that's tied into this peace agreement. It's false peace. It's false peace.
National security and military analyst and international relations expert, Dr. Rebecca Grant. Doctor, good morning to you. Thank you for joining us. 30,000-foot view. What does this breakthrough in peace mean for the region?
Well, first, my heart is full. But second, Hamas said yes to Trump, to the international coalition that he put together. And this is a way forward. So get ready for a new Gaza with aid, with economic redevelopment, and then a much stronger basis for peace. The behind-the-scenes negotiations to get this.
Okay, let's say let's say that I'm wrong about September 11th of 2026 and a big curse doesn't happen on the earth. Hopefully I'm wrong. I definitely don't want the curse on the earth, all right? Because everyone's going to get involved with that one. But let's just say there's a rebuilding of Gaza, all right? And you kick this can down the road 5 years, 10 years from now. Then all of a sudden, something happens, and the big question comes up about the Temple Mount again. And because Iran's theocratic regime wasn't decapitated when we could have decapitated them, when we did the bombing run with the B-2s, we may have a destruction of all this rebuilding of the region. So this is another lesson, unfortunately not learned by the false peace that took place in the 1970s, the false peace that took place in the 1980s, the false peace that took place in the 1990s, the false peace that took place in 2010 and 2014 and 2016. The only thing that has happened is that between these interim periods, more buildings go up, the population increases, and then when there's an additional conflict, more people die, more destruction. So if you look at this from a logical standpoint, it's better to get it done now. It'll cost less, and less people will die than to kick the can down the road. More people will die, and it will be even more costly. So are our hearts full to having the hostages back? Is the hostages really that important when you're literally on the nice edge of nuclear war? This is the point I'm making. Is that people need to really pay attention. If you're going to have peace, make it long lasting, not a false peace. Now, everything that I've seen so far about this doesn't give me confidence that this is a lasting peace. It seems great for some business deals. And once the deals are made and the bankers make their money, they don't give a shit if there's another war and there's more bombings. Well, then we'll just create another peace agreement, build again, make some more money. See the problem? False peace.
Hostage release are also the momentum for great things in the Middle East going forward.
We do have to remember we are dealing with a terrorist organization. They are not necessarily known for keeping their word and, operating in an upstanding fashion. So how confident are you that this deal holds and that Hamas does not backtrack, play any games, things like that?
Well, I'm confident because the military pressure is still there, but let's remember the last time there was a big hostage release in late 2023, there were delays, there was a little back and forth. So we're going to be on the edge of our seats until we see those hostages come through. But I'm very confident about this. And hey, remember, we've had our U.S. military in that region, aircraft carriers, all of that. It's great to see this period.
I mean, let's be honest. You really think that an American aircraft carrier is gonna like force the Middle East peace? Really? You really think that's gonna happen? I don't think so. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the peppermint, the lavender, or the charcoal tea tree, and I also have lemongrass structural nanosilver soaps. Now these soaps are really important for using every day. It has higher quality ingredients compared to, let's say, your typical soap from Procter & Gamble. It's made from structural nanosilver, and it's a great way to prepare for the fall and the winter. And like I've been saying, the fall and the winter is going to be problematic, and it's important that you prepare. All right? So if you just take my advice, try to avoid Armageddon, but take my advice and prepare for the fall and winter, you will weather the storm better than most people. All right? So go to my store, get the structural nanosilver soaps. These are soaps that I use. Get a few bars for your household and help support the work that I do. Now, where else are you getting a unique perspective on this? I'm sure that you're not hearing it from, you know, any of the talking heads that think that they know so much about the region, or know so much about the geopolitical or military strategy. Yet they don't get to the root core of the problem, and that is this battle between Esau and Jacob. And the wisdom of their mother realizing that the power of the temple could not be in the hands of Esau. Now, history just proves it. History proves it. When the temple was built, when the temple was erected, the first temple, with the Ark of the Covenant, was there some sort of Israel empire that took over the world and all this stuff? Did they have an intifada? No. Actually, during that time period, the nations came to the temple and had offerings, and there was a blessing that was given to all these different nations, the 70 nations, or 69. One of the nations, I believe, wasn't blessed. I'd have to dive into the details of that, but you had the bulk of the nations being blessed. Do you see that happening when the Dome of the Rock was built? No, a caliphate. There was an empire that was being built. And we're still feeling, because the Christians during the Crusades failed, we are still feeling the effects of that. I mean, look at what's happening in Europe right now. The Muslim nations are overtaking Western culture in Europe. You're seeing these in pockets in the United States, like Hamtramck, Michigan, like Dearborn, Michigan. So this is happening. This is with the Dome of the Rock. This is with the Muslims in control of the Temple Mount. So maybe Jacob and Esau's mother was right. That Esau is dangerous because he's an animal. He's red. He's hairy. He gets into fits of anger easily. Take a look at on any channel, on any day, and you start looking at the terrorists in the Middle East. Don't they fit that picture perfectly? And this was wisdom from a mother thousands of years ago, echoing into the future, beware, beware, beware. But we didn't heed the warning. But we got a false peace. Everybody's happy for a false peace.
Successful. And when it comes to who governs Gaza, the president said that there's going to be a board of peace that he and Tony Blair will be a part of. What do you think about that? And who do you think ultimately governs over this region?
Oh, excellent question. I love the board of peace. But one thing we know is it's not going to be Hamas. Of course, Israel will be gradually pulling out as well. So we're looking for new leaders, new technocrats in that Palestinian temporary group that can step forward.
Oh, and then, you know, there's this economic side to this deal. There's going to be a technocratic regime for the Gazans. There'll probably be some corruption that's tied to the whole business community. See, you just dive into this, and you can see just by the nature of individuals, just the nature of people in general, how the corruption can just take hold to prevent a real peace. Because a real peace means the death of Satan. So Satan's like saying, well, wait a minute, there's a lot of stupid people out there. Maybe I can convince everybody that this is a good idea so I can live another day. Maybe even gain some energy because I've been waning in energy. Maybe Satan's thinking, well, wait a minute, I can get the international community to start rebuilding Gaza. We can have a technocratic regime in there, and there's going to be corruption and stealing. And when these things happen, don't you think that Satan gains energy? And I'm just looking at this from a metaphysical point of view. But if you step away and just look at it from maybe a Freudian point of view, and just a psychological point of view, not metaphysical, you'd have to say that this has a high probability of corruption that's tied into this whole rebuilding of the Middle East with the international business community.
For the people of Gaza to have this chance to redevelop, to have a new era in Gaza, and then to begin to bring that together into their political form of government going forward too.
Last night on Hannity, Trump argued that the June airstrikes that we conducted on Iran, they're combined with the tariffs, help lead us to this moment. Do you agree with that? And if so, how did those two lead us to this moment?
Yes, because Operation Midnight Hammer and the V2s, that kind of finished off Iran's support for that region. And remember, Iran stirred all this up. And, you know, with help from China and in some cases from Russia, too. And I think...
Oh, we got the job done, but we still have a theocratic regime. Meanwhile, most of the people in Iran are secular that want democracy. But we still have the Ayatollah in command. So he stays quiet. He's actually ill. So he stays quiet. It gets passed on to the next Ayatollah. And then all of a sudden, this false peace starts crashing down because Trump chickened out and didn't kill the Ayatollah when he could have. And the United States didn't even need to do it. Israel was willing to do it for him. So it's a combination of Trump chickening out and promoting a false peace that probably has a very high probability of not taking root. Because it doesn't get to the the core of the problem. What is going on with the Temple Mount? And if no one has that answer, then this is all for naught.
Harris really showed that Trump was out to set new deals. And then, again, there's a big economic component to the new Gaza.
It's all about economics.
And the tariffs helped show that Trump was really serious about that.
Yeah, and I mean, this is news that these hostage families have been praying and so desperate for 2 years, almost to the day. And many of those hostage families gathered in Tel Aviv yesterday, some of whom we've interviewed here on this show. And they had this message for the president. Listen.
President Trump has done it. He announced just now that our loved ones, the hostages, are coming home. We will not stop fighting until we see the last of the...
I mean, every single one of the family members that are on stage there are non-observant Jews. Every single one of them. You can say, it's easy to see. Every single one of them.
Return to their family. Thank you, President Trump, for your courage. Thank you, the Trump administration, for doing everything you can to bring them home. Let's do it.
The president meeting with those very people, the hostage families, was a huge motivating factor for him. He talked a lot about how he would...
Now you got to remember the battle that's going on in Israel. The battle that's going on in Israel between his people is a battle between liberalism and conservatism, using it in the terms of what we would talk about in the United States. There's this battle between conservative and liberal mindset. Israel has a big secular society that doesn't want the Temple Mount. Now, what's the whole point of Israel? The whole point of Israel is to have the temple to be rebuilt. That is the point of Israel. There is no other point. The Jewish people will survive without Israel. It has for thousands of years. The temple can't be built without the Cohens in Israel. The temple doesn't get built anywhere else. It's only on that mount. And it's only by Cohens. Not Christians, not Muslims, not Buddhists, not Mormons, not the Shinto, nobody. Cohens. It's not even regular Jews, it's Cohens. It's the priestly class within the Jewish community. They have to be purified with the red heifer. So there's a lot that has to happen here. That's the only reason for Israel. The only reason. But the reason why the temple has to be built is to allow for blessing to come to the world. That there will be a lasting peace. And then through this energy that is flowing from this machine that the Cohens build, there's actually a flux of knowledge that is diffused within human society, in the Jewish community and in the non-Jewish community. But that doesn't happen without the temple. It's the machine. It's for some reason, it somehow, some way, it brings down an energy force. Now, how that works, I have no idea. So if the peace agreement doesn't solve this one problem, the big problem, the final problem, then this is a false peace. Negative Esau has to die. Has to die. That's been stated for thousands of years. It has to die. You can't negotiate with negative Esau. But we have Trump saying that he can. We can make a deal. We can make a deal. Really? Really? This is going to end up in a catastrophe that's going to bring the whole world into a ball of flames. Because Trump chickened out. Because who was funding Hamas and Hezbollah? The Ayatollah. Oh, we're afraid to knock him out. We're afraid to decapitate him, literally, because maybe it would create instability in the region. That's the same stupid logic that George Bush Sr. had, not going all the way to Baghdad during the Gulf War. Honestly, you kick the can down the road instead of solving the problem in 1991. You got to solve the problem in 2006 or 2004 or wherever it was. Probably 2000. I think he was killed. Saddam Hussein, I think, was killed in 2006, maybe. It could be 2004, but either way. Took many years after because of being afraid. By not taking a leadership position and doing what is needed for the long-term benefit, but instead you pick expedience and the short-term goals. And this is what Trump did with Iran. So the mistake that Trump did in Iran is one of the data points that suggests that something is going to happen down the road that's much worse.
The bodies of their children just as much as if they were alive. That left a huge mark on him.
Oh, yes, it did. And he put the full weight of his administration into this. You know, Steve Witkoff has been in office the whole time, Jared Kushner remaining there. And he pulled together that international coalition, you know, the help from Egypt, from GETTR, Indonesia, so many other countries participating. You know, this was a heartfelt issue for President Trump. And he believes in peace in the Middle East, and he's going to get it.
Okay, all right. So, okay, you get this peace in the Middle East, short term, probably. Maybe I'm wrong. Hopefully I am wrong. I don't want the world to go up in flames. But the thing is that you get this peace. Okay, you get the hostages back. Then what's going to happen in secular society in Israel versus the conservatives? Right? Let's say Netanyahu goes to jail for his corruption or whatever. All right. How does it move the ball forward for the Messianic age? How does it move the ball forward to build the temple? The Orthodox it looks to me, from my observation, my humble observation, it looks to me that the Orthodox are afraid to do the ritual slaughtering of the red heifer. Because it's going to set in motion some serious things that were predicted that mankind's probably not ready for. Because think about it, when you have the ashes of the red heifer, that's what you need to start purifying the vessels and the coins to build the temple. So then you have Jared. Oh, he helped to bring the peace. But on the other side of the coin is that he's going to get the windfall with these deals with Qatar and with the Saudis. This is a problem. Now, if it would be different that the seculars in Israel saw this as an opportunity to thank God for the hostages to come home, and that there's potentially longer term peace, and they become more religious. And there's less infighting between the seculars and the Orthodox in Israel. If that happened, then this is a blessing that will strengthen the region, that will lead to the temple from being built. But I see that the inhibitor of building the temple comes from negative Esau and from the infighting with the Israelis. There's infighting within the Jewish people that's preventing it from happening. So will the seculars take this as a sign that they should be more religious? This is all happening during Sukkot. Right now is Sukkot. All right? This is where the Jews live in a hut and they eat their food. All right? Maybe you've seen this in your community. But the thing is that this is during a major holiday. Now, Simchas Torah happens right after Sukkot. All right? So this is at a period of time where Jews are in a hut, all right, being protected by the elements, and it's during the harvest season. So this is it's also tied to the fall season and the harvest. But the point here is that they're in a space that is protecting. Now, in Sukkot, for Sukkot, there's also the waving of the 4 species. So there is a esrog and different plants, leaves that you shake in different directions. And each one of the species represents a certain type of Jew. A knowledge Jew, but that doesn't practice. A knowledge Jew that does practice. A non-knowledge Jew that practices, and an unknowledge Jew that doesn't practice. But you put them all together and they're united. They're united in a space, and you shake it in a certain direction. You say certain words. But what is activating is that it's activating the unity of the Jewish people within the 6 dimensions. All right, right, left, up, down, forward, back. All right, so you've charged the space with the unity of the people inside a hut, and it's protecting the unity of the people from the rising of Esau, soul root, because this is happening during the apex of Esau. So Sukkot is somewhat protecting the Jewish people within this zone, this time of Sukkot. So if the Jewish people in Israel that are secular take this as an opportunity to actually be united and not confrontational to the ones that are knowledgeable and observant, the Orthodox, then you're talking about this peace might actually take hold. But if you have a big part of more than 50% of the population in Israel fall in the category of non-knowledgeable, non-observant, then they're not getting that potential blessing from Sukkot. This is all happening under Sukkot. And there's a judgment that takes place during Sukkot. So you have the New Year, Rosh Hashanah, you have a Day of Atonement for Yom Kippur, and then there's this small period of time that if you didn't really try to change your ways between the time between Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, because Yom Kippur you're written in the book of life or the book of death, right? But there are some people that are like that fall in the category of, well, maybe you'll be put into the book of death. And there's this time period during Sukkot that allows the individual to reflect and potentially change the judgment, change the potential judgment on the individual. But once Sukkot ends, it's done. You can't change the sentencing. And so we're seeing this playing out in the international world. Now, I'm willing to bet that the far majority of the seculars that are in Israel that are non-observant, non-knowledgeable, one of the species that is shaken during the Sukkot in the 6 dimensions, they are going to put a permanence of the judgment that has been decided from Yom Kippur. And this is, you remember, this takes hold. So Rosh Hashanah was in late September. So this whole, everything that's going to happen is starting to get finalized, crystallized. And that goes all the way to next September. And whatever happens may exacerbate the problem at 9/11 in 2026, going all the way into October of 2027. So this is a very important time period that if the table is set correctly, then we will get through 2026 and most of 2027 unscathed. But if the table is set incorrectly, then there's going to be a curse. And we're all waiting on how those seculars are going to take this blessing of getting their family members back and looking internally to see if they should be better Jews. And I'm willing to bet that most of them won't do it. I'm willing to bet on it.
Obviously has to involve Israel. And Donald Trump last night also telling Hannity that he told Netanyahu that Israel cannot fight the world anymore. And Netanyahu agreed. So what does that mean for Israel going forward?
Well, Israel has restored its security by decimating Hamas and Hezbollah, etc. But Trump is saying, let's look to the next chapter. Let's continue with frameworks like the Abraham Accords. Let's look at a new era, perhaps, for Israel as well as for Gaza.
And you just heard Steve say that President Trump is expected to come to Israel this weekend for the peace deal signing and witnessing the release of those hostages. Dr. Grant, can you imagine what those images will be like of these hostages back in the arms of their family members and President Trump there to witness it all?
I can't wait to see those images, and I'm so glad that he will be there because Israel really is such a strong ally, and it's great if he goes there for that.
And it feels like they're holding your breath.
This is interesting because there's a common theme that I saw with President Garber for Harvard and President Trump. And I was like, well, wait a minute. How is that similar? Follow my logic here. President Garber, Jewish, ended up taking the presidentship when Claudine Gay was kicked out. The Harvard community, when that happened, hated President Garber. Many of the liberal alumni and many of the student body at the time were demonizing Garber because they were butthurt that Claudine Gay was kicked out. So during the alumni events and even during the commencements of that year, when Garber took the stage for president, there was mass protests from the student body, especially from the college. These snot-nosed brats, about 1,600 of them. All right? Demonized Garber. Heaven forbid a Jewish guy take the place of a black female, even though the black female ran the university into the ground and cost the university almost $6 billion. And then all of a sudden, Trump slaps these issues on Harvard and is holding funds. And then all of a sudden the student body loves Garber. Oh, you're going against Trump. Oh, you are a great president, Garber. These are the same people that hated him 1 year before. Be careful. Be careful of the capriciousness of the liberal mindset. Be careful. So everybody loves Garber now because he's going against Trump. Okay, now how is it related to Trump? Well, obviously there was a related to Trump between the relationship between Harvard and the President of the United States. But what about Israel? Trump was all this demon. He's terrible. He's not solving the problem in Gaza. He's still sending weapons to help Netanyahu. Oh, he's bombing Iran. He's helping to eliminate Hezbollah. Trump is knocking out the Houthis, and the liberal mindset hated Trump. All of a sudden, Trump helps with bringing the hostages home, and then Trump's a hero. Beware of the capriciousness of the liberal mindset. So, what's happening with Garber right now, and what's happening with Trump? It's very similar.
Right? In your heart of hearts, though, when October 7th happened 2 years ago, in the intervening years, did you think that we would see this moment, see that celebration, and potentially, fingers crossed, prayers to God, what we hopefully will see early next week?
Right, and really a fresh chance without the power of Iran and with all the terrorist organizations degraded. I hoped, but I am amazed at what has been achieved.
But Hamas gave up their leverage. They said that they're going to give up the 20 living and 28 dead. Why would they do that? Was that because of all of this international pressure on them?
Oh, absolutely. We knew that states in the region were tired of Hamas and their shenanigans, tired of what Iran was doing. And finally, the right people behind the scenes and quietly, again, Qatar, Egypt, so many others, Saudi Arabia, so many others, put that pressure on to say, look, you're defeated. It's the end of the road. They had their chance in Gaza. They're out. It's going to be a new future for Gaza and for the whole region.
I don't think we can say the phrase "an historic morning" enough, because this truly is something that goes beyond years, goes beyond decades. In many instances, this goes beyond centuries and millennia. The context of this is almost too difficult to really comprehend and to put into context. Your thoughts on that?
All our lives, we've watched so many U.S. presidents struggle for peace in the Middle East, from the Camp David Accords in the 70s right on through. And today we are seeing truly the beginning of...
You know why that is? Because they're all false peace. Because it doesn't go back to the root of the problem, the Temple Mount. This is proving my point. This is the reason why Carter failed. This is the reason why Reagan failed. This is the reason why Bush failed and Clinton failed. They all fail because they don't go to the root of the problem. It's about the Temple Mount. And it's pretty hubris to think that the United States president is supposed to push the peace in the Middle East. Think about the hubris of that. What about the president of the United States supersedes the actual holiness of the temple? I mean, think about that. That's a very that's a hubris mindset that it's only the United States that's going to be able to get this done. Really? Meanwhile, you create all of these economic tentacles within the Arab community and not solve the big issue. The big issue ain't AI. The big issue isn't the Damocles of nuclear weapons over your head every time you wake up in the morning. That's happened since the 1940s. The big issue is what is going to happen with the Temple Mount. Forget about Gaza. Forget about the West Bank. Who gives a shit? It's about the Temple Mount. Everything else is just commentary. So they're always trying to solve the problem at the fringe, at the margins. They can't. The United States president can't solve the problem. It's going to be the people within Israel where they actually come together instead of battling each other between the secularists and the Orthodox. And until they come together, there isn't going to be peace. So there's infighting within the Jewish community in Israel, and then there's also this battle between Jacob, which is the Jews, and Esau.
New chapter. Security for Israel, prosperity all around the region, and that's what's different with Trump. He wants that prosperity to really secure that region's future.
That's right. And President Trump also said that the very difficult decision of going into Iran and bombing those 3 nuclear facilities is one of the things that facilitated this moment of peace through strength. Dr. Graham, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
I'm Steve Ducey. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews.
I don't think it's going to last, but we'll play some more videos about this. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Be prepared for the fall and the winter. Get the toothpaste that I have. It's made from structural nanosilver. This toothpaste is very high quality. They'll whiten your teeth, freshen your breath, help reduce inflammation at the gum line, and help the health of the gum line. Super important to take every day, but especially during the fall and winter. Why? Because it's going to help to neutralize what's coming. Also, get the cleanse, which is 30 parts per million, or the max 35, which is 35 parts per million. Take a teaspoon a day, swish in your mouth, gargle about 20-30 seconds, and then swallow it. What this will do is increase the health of your oral cavity and your oral pharynx. The oral pharynx is at the back of your throat. Now, by taking this, you're also maintaining your mucosal lining and helping the health of your epithelial cells. Super important, because that will help to boost up your immune system. Take this every day. I've been adding this to my protocol to slow down the aging process for more than 5 years. Take a teaspoon a day every day. But if you're not feeling well, or someone around you is not feeling well, especially during the fall and the winter season, take a tablespoon or 2 a day, and then go back to your maintenance. So this will help to slow down the aging process and boost up your immune system and prepare you for the fall and the winter. Super important to take. Super important to take. Be prepared. All right? Now, heirloom barley helps to detoxify your body, bring down inflammation, and soak up free radicals through superoxide dismutase. When you detoxify your body regularly and bring down inflammation, you're helping your cardiovascular health. You're helping your immune system, your endocrine system, and you're also helping with your brain function. By bringing down inflammation, you're boosting up that immune system. By bringing down inflammation at the vascular level, you're reducing plaque formation. And by bringing down inflammation at the cerebral level, you're maintaining the health of your neurons. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the heirloom barley. And lastly, magnesium and zinc and vitamin C and magnesium are super important to stack to boost up that immune system. You should be taking it every day, but especially during the fall and the winter. Magnesium and zinc boost up that immune system, but it also helps with brain function. Magnesium, in addition, increases the efficacy of vitamin D3. So take magnesium and zinc. If you're not feeling well, take a double dose. Take 1 in the morning, take 1 in the evening. Vitamin C, dual purpose. Vitamin C with magnesium is going to help boost up that immune system, help with your skin health, and improve your brain function. And again, increases the efficacy of vitamin D3. So you should stack this every day to help with your immune system. But if you're not taking it every day, at least be prepared for the fall and the winter. You're going to need this. Use discount 5, all caps, discount 5, and you get $5 off any order. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video and all my videos. And get the great products that I offer. Be prepared for the fall and the winter. Let's listen to Huckabee.
Joining us now is U.S. Ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee. Ambassador, thank you so much for being here. Congratulations to you. Congratulations to President Trump. Give us your reaction to all of this.
Well, let's give all the credit to President Trump. This would never have happened had he not been in the White House and had he not had the ability to engineer this deal. Certainly, he had good people like Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner working out some of the details. But this is President Trump's incredible triumph. You know, in the Middle East, it's the strong horse that wins, and there's never been a stronger horse than President Trump. And all of us are celebrating today. We're teary-eyed with the joy that families who for 2 years have endured their loved ones being held hostage are going to be coming home soon. And this pin that I've worn on my lapel since I arrived, Maria, I can't wait to take it off and get rid of it, because the moment the hostages are all home, I get rid of this pin and I never, ever want to see it again.
Well, it's just incredible, Ambassador. Approximately 20 living hostages are what we expect here. They remain from the 250 that were kidnapped on October 7th when Hamas launched this assault. What are you looking for to ensure that they keep to the plans and, in fact, do disarm? Do you believe Hamas will, in fact, disarm and release all of those hostages?
Well, I do, simply because President Trump has told them they have to. I think they get the message. They saw what he did in Iran. They've seen what he's done across the world. They understand that he's a person, he means what he says, and he says what he means. And he's told them there's two things. All the hostages have to come out, and they have to disarm. They don't have a future in Gaza. He's been clear, and he's been consistent. And if they don't believe him by now, they never will. But I think that with the help of the Egyptians, the Turks, and the Qataris, everyone has been at the table trying to say to Hamas, this is it. You don't have another chance. And don't mess with President Trump, because he's not playing with you. And I think they finally have taken it to heart. It's a huge, wonderful, deep day of relief here in Israel after 2 years of a living hell for the people of this small but very significant country.
Absolutely. Thank God that we are actually seeing this materialize. Ambassador, talk to us about how the math will be different, because, of course, Israel has agreed that it will withdraw its troops in the Gaza Strip to this agreed-upon area. What do you want to say about that area?
Israel has never wanted to go back into Gaza and to take it under their control. They want a security parameter. That's what they're going to insist upon. But they don't want to go back into Gaza. You know, they left it in 2005. They uprooted the Jewish people who were there and said to the Palestinians, it's all yours. You can have it. You have the whole thing, 100% of it. That was the Palestinian state that they had.
That was part of a peace agreement back then, and it failed. This is kicking the can down the road, not solving the problem. This is another data point that proves my point that if it's not getting to the root cause of the problem, and which is about the Temple Mount, you're going to have a false peace. Populations start to go up. The cost of construction goes up. The cost of waging a war goes up. More destruction because they didn't get the job done. Peace for the Palestinians will not happen until the Temple Mount issue is solved.
Years after they got it all, they voted Hamas in to run it, and the rest is history. They built an underground tunnel system bigger than the London Underground. All of Gaza Strip is less than the size of Las Vegas, Nevada, and yet they ruled it with an iron hand. They spent most of the billions of dollars of money that poured into Gaza to give them prosperity. They instead built rockets and missiles and mechanisms to kill Jewish people across the line.
And the mother of Esau and Jacob knew this thousands of years ago. She knew that Esau would pick war versus peace, be judgmental, and not have mercy. She knew this. Mother's intuition is a powerful intuition, trust me.
He then successfully did on October the 7th. So I don't know of anybody in the world except idiots who who would do anything other than celebrate the demise of Hamas in Gaza and celebrate a new future for the people who live there. Hopefully one that will give them a much different perspective ahead than they ever would have had with Hamas still in power.
Ambassador, what are you expecting in terms of securing the region once, in fact, we do see the hostages released and we see that Hamas agrees to disarm? Will there be troops watching, security on the ground? What will feel different on the other side of this?
There will certainly be military presence in Gaza. It will not be U.S. military, from what I understand. I don't think we have any plans to send our troops in there. But there will be an international force of troops to police the area, to begin to build up some level of security. And on the external perimeter, Israel will have control so that nobody is going to be able to overrun their borders and do what they did on October the 7th. That's never going to happen again. But I think something bigger is taking place. President Trump has set up for an incredible realignment of the Middle East, Maria, that we've never seen or even imagined before. Look for the Abraham Accords to expand exponentially. You could see Syria and Lebanon be some of the first partners in the next wave of Abraham Accords. These are things that if you'd have said this 5 years ago, 10 years ago, people would have laughed in your face. Today, because the strong horse, President Trump, is on the saddle, we have a chance for an unprecedented...
Well, what happens when Trump leaves office in January of 2029? What happens when that happens? Wait, do you think J.D. Vance is the strong horse? Don't count on it. All right? Maybe the Republican Party doesn't even win in the 2028 election. What do you do then? So if it's predicated on a strong horse and the horse dies, or the horse, goes to the pastures, do you think you have a lasting peace? I don't think so.
Of realignment and genuine, long-lasting peace in the Middle East.
Unbelievable, really, truly. But what about Iran? I mean, we came close to seeing the Saudis actually join the Abraham Accords as well, but then Iran tried to bust that up. Are you worried about Iranian-backed groups, the Houthis, trying to intersect and blow this up?
We always have to be concerned about the splinter groups that are sponsored by, supported by, and philosophically led by Iran and the Muslim Brotherhood. But the other side of that is they may want to lay low for a while. It may not be in their best interest to rise up, because it's not just President Trump, but his leadership has brought a unity in the Arab League that we've not seen. And I think there's a patience has just simply worn out with these people that want to constantly bring division, war, bloodshed, and mayhem to a place that ought to, for the first time in hundreds, if not thousands of years, would be able to advance toward both peace and a prosperity for the people. That's what Israel has experienced. It's constantly threatened. Wouldn't it be nice to see it happen in the rest of the Middle East and ultimately the world?
Absolutely. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said that he's going to be holding a vote with his government to ratify this deal today. You've got a statement from Hamas thanking President Trump. But in that statement, they hinted at major details yet to be worked out. What are the details that are yet to be worked out, and what can you tell us in terms of the vote in Israel?
I don't think there's any doubt that the Prime Minister will get the vote that approves this deal for Israel. How would they not? They're going to get the hostages back, which is the #1 priority they've had for 2 years. So I don't see that being an issue. As far as what Hamas wants, there may be some tweaking on some of the areas of where those withdrawal lines will be. But I know that Israel is not going to withdraw in order to allow Hamas to reconstitute. They're going to have to live under the president's very clear directive. They have to disarm. They have to plan on exile. They're not going to have a future in Gaza any more than the Nazis had a future in Germany after World War II.
And what about the list of Palestinian prisoners to be released in exchange for the rest of the hostages? What are you expecting? I mean, it's incredible the number.
YouTube Premium is ad-free YouTube and the YouTube Music app all together. One subscription, 2 apps. Try 1 month free.
What are you expecting? I mean, it's incredible the number of Palestinian prisoners that Israel will be forced to release as well.
No question that's the heartburn, and it will be for a lot of Israelis, realizing that some of the worst will end up getting out of prison where they really belong. But that's the price that will be paid to get the hostages out, which shows the difference. Israel is willing to do extraordinary things to save their innocent civilians. Hamas, they're willing to do evil things, even kill their own civilians, just in order to free terrorists. It's quite the contrast.
This is exactly the personality of Esau, going all the way back to the Bible. This is why I keep on saying that it's about the soul root of Esau. Now, it's not my theory. This was written down in the Zohar. All right? So, this is, this perspective that I'm talking about is thousands of years old. And it's just modern man just doesn't pay attention. Huckabee is a religious individual coming from a Christian point of view, but he should see to see it. He should see this, but he's not putting it into terms that are metaphysical. Now, I don't know why, if he's doing that on purpose or not. It surprises me he's not. But that's the issue. You have to kill. You have to eliminate negative Esau. You can't let see, Esau dies, all right, in the Bible, through a beheading. It's, I believe, Benjamin that beheads him. And the head, which is tied to intellect, ends up rolling into the cave where Abraham and Isaac is buried. So the intellect of Esau is allowed to be with the parents, is allowed to repent and be through intellect where you repent, right? So the intellect was allowed, but the body, the headless body, was not allowed to be buried. And that's the animalistic part of it. So that's a physical manifestation of a metaphysical concept. The positive Esau and negative Esau. Esau is together, but once the head is detached, right, there's a charge that takes place, kind of like separating sodium and chloride in a salt crystal. All right, they become charged. There's an ionic charge. Well, something very similar to the soul root. So for Esau, he repents, his head's chopped off, it's allowed to be buried with the parents, and the body is not, because it's animalistic. The death of negative Esau has to happen for the world peace to happen in the Middle East. And anything less of that will be a false peace.
I hope the people that have been screaming in the streets of America, screaming out pro-Hamas nonsense and from the river to the sea, I hope they watch this carefully and they pick a new side than the side they've been.
And all those people, and I said this 2 years ago, all those people that were doing that, they aligned themselves with negative Esau. They aligned themselves not with positive Esau, negative Esau. And they've aligned themselves with Satan, because Satan is getting the energy source from Esau. When the negative Esau is dead, Satan loses energy force and dies. So isn't it strange that these like ultra-liberal agendas, these ultra-liberal mindsets, when you hear them speak, it's almost irrational. There's an irrationalness, an evilness. There's an ugliness about them, physically and also internally, emotionally. Part of the reason is because they're attached to Satan. I mean, you look at these ultra liberals, and and the blue hair and the nose piercing, and the ugliness and the gender dysphoria and all this, and their crazy mindset. It's evil. There's an evilness in it that you see. It doesn't have light. It has darkness.
But right now, live from Israel, can you give us a sense of what the backdrop feels like to you? People out in the street, how are you assessing the backdrop today?
Elation, excitement, gratitude toward President Trump and toward Prime Minister Netanyahu. But everyone here clearly feels a sigh of relief, the likes of which I have not seen. It hasn't been here in 2 years. And I think the
feeling should be trepidation and concern, not elation. Trepidation. Because it doesn't get to the root cause of the problem.
You're going to feel is this real sense of which Israelis understand that their resilience, their resolve, their patience has finally paid off, and their people are going to come home. I wish all of them would have come home alive. I wish there was never 1,200 that were massacred by the savages of Hamas. But today there is deep gratitude, and my phone has blown up with messages.
Well, terrorist phones blow up too. But the thing is Hamas did kill many of the hostages, and especially killed Israelis during October 7th. The thing is, it's like the Israelis were cursed because of their behavior too. The instrument of the curse, the instrument of the execution, was the Hamas. But what was the reason for the curse? It was the secularism. And people don't get this. This is an important concept. Why have elation for the return of hostages that literally were cursed because of their behavior? Now, if the Jewish people, the secularists, end up becoming more observant, more knowledgeable, then it takes a curse and turns it into a blessing. There's an alchemy that takes place and switches it. Now, maybe that will happen, but I doubt it. I doubt it because people are egocentric.
With people just saying, please tell President Trump we love him, we thank him. It wouldn't have happened without him. And to all of those things, I say amen and amen.
Yes, absolutely. Amen. And real quick before you go, interesting to note that President Trump was able to get this first phase of a peace deal across without the promise of statehood for the Palestinians.
Yeah, I don't think that was going to be on the table because there's a whole lot of cultural things that have to happen, reforms, before that's even going to be discussed. But what had to happen was the hostages had to come home, and Hamas has to decide they don't have a future in Gaza. Those were the conditions President Trump put forth. He never wavered from them. That's what makes it so effective. He never, ever blinked. And because of that, that's where we are today.
That is wonderful. Ambassador, good to see you. Stay safe, and thank you so much for your leadership. Ambassador Mike Huckabee this morning in Tel Aviv. We'll be right back.
Thank you, Huckabee, for not really seeing the big picture. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the Gladiator Barley. Gladiator Barley will help to build muscle, do some resistance training. Take it every day. This is a high-density protein, but it'll also bring down inflammation, soak up free radicals, and detoxify your body. And by detoxifying your body and bringing down those free radicals and bringing down inflammation, guess what? You're helping your brain function, you're helping your cardiovascular health, your immune system, and your endocrine system. So please go to my store and get the Gladiator Barley. do some resistance training. It stacks well with myotrol. Now, clarity factor. Clarity factor will get rid of that brain fog and also help support memory. Over time, you're going to have positive neuroplasticity where your dendritic connections will improve. You'll think faster. Your memory will improve. You'll be able to concentrate and you'll even sleep better. So get the clarity factor, take it with filtered water, take it every day. Get rid of that brain fog. Omega-3, super important for your cardiovascular health. Brings down inflammation, helps to bring down those LDL levels and increase your HDL levels. When you do that, you're reducing plaque formation. Also, omega-3 reduces the stickiness of your red blood cells. That's super important. Because guess what? In the fall and the winter, there are going to be more people that have blood clots. Vitamin B complex. Vitamin B complex helps to improve your mitochondrial health. The first 4 B vitamins helps with the electron transport chain within your mitochondria. So you have more ATP, more energy. Your cellular metabolism will improve. And vitamin B complex helps to protect your neurons. Super important, especially if you're age 40 or older. And oh, by the way, because of the aftershock of the crisis of 2020, 30% of the people that you know that are age 40 or older will end up getting early onset of dementia. 30%. 30%. And out of those 30%, 75% will have ischemic reasons for the dementia, microclotting, microbleeding. 24.5% or slightly more will end up getting amyloidosis, and less than 0.5% will have prion disease. Better start protecting your neurons. Good night formula will help to consolidate memory, detoxify your central nervous system, and you'll be well rested. Why? Because it helps you to get into the 3 to 5 cycles of REM sleep and deep sleep. And when you do this regularly, you're slowing down the aging process and improving your brain function. Please go to my store and get the Good Night formula. Take it every night, drink it with filtered water. And you'll notice over time that your brain function is improving, your memory is improving, you're thinking better, you have more energy, and you're slowing down the aging process. People that are sleep deprived chronically have higher levels of cortisol. Cortisol does, at elevated levels chronically, does damage to your immune system and to your different tissues. You age faster. So the best thing to do is to reduce those cortisol levels and to get proper sleep. So please go to my store and get the Good Night formula. All right, let's listen into Fareed Zakaria about the peace agreement.
Hamas have signed off on the first phase of the peace plan that will release all the hostages held by Hamas and lead to Israel withdrawing its troops to an agreed-upon line in Gaza. Part of the first steps toward what he calls a strong, durable, and everlasting peace. A source in Israel now says the hostages are expected to be released on Saturday or Sunday. Others have said perhaps Monday, although that could be sped up. I want to talk about these extraordinary developments with Fareed Zakaria, host of Fareed Zakaria at GPS. Fareed, there's obviously still a lot we don't know about the contours of this deal, but how important a day is this?
Oh, I think it's a very important day, and you're right that we don't know enough about the contours of the deal. The most important part.
See, it's easy. It's easy for the geopolitical gurus to pick the easy road. Oh, it's a great day. It's an important day. We're releasing the hostages. But do they really get to the root cause of the problem? Do they really get to the root cause of the conflict between Esau and Jacob? Do they get to the root cause of the hairy red man, aka Esau, and how fucking crazy he is? Now let's listen to Dr. Fareed Zakaria. He's going to tell you how it is.
Pointed out is that Hamas seems to have agreed to release all the hostages in the first phase. They had never been willing to do that before. And that is a game changer because Hamas loses all its leverage once the hostages are released. That is the only leverage they have. Israel is vastly superior to them in every military capacity. The one thing they had was the hostages. And the fact that they're willing to give up the hostages means they recognize this is the end for them.
What do you think President Trump highlighting former British Prime Minister Tony Blair as someone who could have a key role in post-war Gaza?
Well, look, I think Blair has worked very hard to earn the trust of almost all the players in the region. He's a very smart guy.
He was instrumental in false peace when he was prime minister. Didn't work out too well, did it? Oh, he was also the one that wanted to integrate the UK into the EU. That didn't work out too well either. He wanted to have unfettered immigration. How did that work out for the UK? Putting Blair up on a pedestal is a bad idea. Bad idea. And a lot of the problems that the UK have can go directly to his tenure as prime minister.
Elections and was a very successful prime minister in Britain. So I suspect that might well happen, and it would be a very good idea if it did. Look, Gaza is going to need all the help it can get. It's going to need tens of billions of dollars from the Gulf states. It's going to need help from the European Union. It's going to need help from the United States. How many figures are there in the world who are trusted and respected by all the people, all the groups I mentioned? Blair is in some ways unique in that respect. He's been working it for 10 years. So I think it's a very good idea to enlist him.
What about the future of Hamas? I mean, it's an organization which has, spent a lot of money building tunnels for years, not bomb shelters for people there, for citizens. They took power from the Palestinian Authority. Do you believe they go away?
Look, I think Hamas is basically destroyed. Think about this has been 2 years of just massive destruction of their military capacity, of their leadership. The last effort the Israelis made to bomb Hamas quote-unquote leadership in Doha, it seems like they basically killed a bunch of admin people because there's nobody left. So when people talk about Hamas, look, there's always going to be some part of the Palestinian population that believes in armed resistance to Israel's occupation. There will be people, there will be small militias, small bands. They might call themselves Hamas, but Hamas, in the sense of the entity that ruled the Gaza Strip, that has been a full-formed militia with all the tunnels, with all the training, I think that's gone. There will be remnants of it scattered around, but I don't think there's much of that left anymore.
What do you see as the ruling structure for Gaza? I don't know if it would extend to the Palestinian Authority territory.
That's the million-dollar question, Anderson, and that might be a stumbling block because, look, the Israelis have been willing to agree to this idea of a Palestinian technocrats, as long as they're not affiliated with Hamas and they're not affiliated with the Palestinian Authority, because that gets to a problem in the Israeli coalition, which is Netanyahu cannot allow the Palestinian Authority to have more sway and more authority because that suggests an entity that might then become a Palestinian state, and that would, of course, mean the extreme right-wing members of his government would have huge problems with that. So it has to be non-Hamas, non-Palestinian Authority, Palestinian technocrats. Now, good luck finding those people who are completely unaffiliated, have had no prior association with Hamas or the Palestinian Authority. I'm sure some exist, and they'll be working hard, and my guess is they won't apply the litmus test too strongly. I mean, somebody once had some role in the PA, for example. I would hope that would not disqualify him or her. But that is going to be the challenge, because the Arab states are willing to support a Palestinian technocracy. They're not willing to go and govern Gaza themselves. They don't want to be in the business of shooting Palestinians
who are rebelling or jailing Palestinians. So it is essential that there be Palestinians governing, and who those people are is going to be a bit of a stumbling block.
Yeah, thanks very much.
All right, let's take a look at some more stuff about what's going on here.
And here we go. Fox News alert: Prime Minister Netanyahu, the Israeli cabinet are set to meet.
Let's take a look at. Let's listen to Peter Doocy.
Meanwhile, President Trump's historic announcement being prompted by an urgent note handed by the Secretary of State Marco Rubio to the president.
Senior White House correspondent Peter Doocy joins us live with the details of that historic moment. Peter.
Good morning, and we can now read that private note that Secretary Rubio handed to President Trump thanks to the long lens of an AP photographer. It said in Marco Rubio's handwriting, "Very close. We need you to approve a Truth Social post soon so you can announce the deal first." Here is how it played in the room during an Antifa town hall.
Well, they're smart, but they're not smart enough. Oh my God, it's broken. Departments to find the criminal conspiracy.
Okay.
I'm just giving. Just giving a note.
No. Now, what is so interesting? What I tell you, you listen to my podcast here, you get some like really cool insight, right? That no one talks about. You know, the reason why is that I have an intuition. I have a very strong intuition, and I'm a polymath. So not too many people can compete like I can. All right. So what, didn't I say that there's something about 9/11? 9/11 with the shofar blowing in 2026, the bookends, the whole 9/11 in 2001 being the first bookend, and the crisis that we're living through is the second bookend because of this aftershock of 2020. All right, that's the second bookend. All right, if you're not following me, I have lots of videos about it. All right, Trump's hat is 9/11. 45, 47, that's 9/11. Just add the numbers. All right, what happened during 9/11? You had an individual talking in the ear of the president, saying that the towers have been hit, right? And you see here, Rubio talking in the ear of Trump. Very reminiscent of that famous picture of Bush, right? They're connected. This arc of history is connected. Now, the crisis that we went through in 2020, it's connected because the early development of the platform that was released started in April of 2001. And before 9/11, there was a lot of biological warfare discussion and planning that was taking place to building up capability before 9/11. And what happened right after 9/11? There was the anthrax scare. Remember that? So this thing is a long arc. And we're still living through it. And there's a hint. There's these hints. 9/11, Esau, the apex of the soul root energy level. That's September and that's October. All right? And this happens. Very reminiscent of what happened with Bush. Very reminiscent. 9/11 is connected here. It's like there's a hint, or there's a rhyme or a rhythm that is taking place. There's a harmonic. And it's not measured in days or hours, it's measured in decades.
David, we're very close to a deal in the Middle East, and they're going to need me pretty quickly.
That never happens here. And even though numbers from Hamas cannot be trusted or verified, tens of thousands of people have been killed in this war and several dozen hostages remain missing. The president says they are all coming home by Monday.
I think you're going to see people getting along, and you'll see Gaza being rebuilt. We're forming a council the Council of Peace, we think it's going to be called, and it's going to be very powerful, and it's going to really, I think to a large extent, it's going to have a lot to do with the whole Gaza situation. People are going to be taken care of. It's going to be a different world. I think really the Middle East came together. Amazingly, they came together. You know, they have some countries with extraordinary wealth, and just spending a small portion of that wealth can do so much for that area.
To put into context how long this war has been going on, 2 years, when Hamas launched their attacks on October 7th, Joe Biden was here being interviewed for the first time by the special counsel Robert Hur about his classified documents. It wasn't even the beginning of the end of the Biden presidency when this war started. The world has changed a lot. The president has changed. And now this one, Trump, is going to get credit for his hand in ending an 8 global conflicts since he got back to office. Back to you.
Yeah, and that's the one thing, Peter, they seem to be agreement on. That President Trump, I saw Hamas, as well as the Egyptian leader, as well as Qatari, as well as Israel. No one disputes that Trump was the key to this coming together, even though there are a lot of people who deserve a lot of credit.
And when you look at the 20 points that all the sides agreed to, and it seems like there might have been some tweaks here and there, but the big theme was economic. He is promising to take this piece of land, not himself, but with global partners who have reshaped the Middle East over the last decades. He is going to take this piece of land that he calls the Riviera of the Middle East and help redevelop it. He wants to have a hand using his vision as a real estate developer to turn this completely destroyed city into something that can last for generations to come. They're a long way away from that, and it's going to take them years just to clear all of the destruction that you see in some of those images in Gaza. But that is something that finally, after generations in Gaza, got some of these fighters to lay down their arms.
Right. Thanks, Peter. Also, 50% of the tunnels are still up. They got to all be collapsed and filled in. Want even more Fox News on YouTube? Become a Fox News Patriot today. Click join to find out how.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the digestive enzyme complex. This will reduce the load on your pancreas, help you to digest carbohydrates, proteins, and lipids. And by doing that, you're going to help with your digestion and ease the stress on your pancreas. Super important, especially if you're 40 years of age or older. Digestive enzyme complex also has bromelain. Bromelain is fibrinolytic, so it'll help to break up clots. And digestive enzyme complex has proteolytic enzymes that will help to break up glycoproteins. You're going to need that for the fall and the winter. Trust me. Better get prepared. It's coming. Myotrol. Myotrol helps with gene expression to build muscle and to maintain muscle. If you're 40 years of age or older, guess what? You can't build muscle as easily as when you were younger. If you take Myotrol, you will build muscle and maintain that muscle. It has polyphenols, flavonoids, and lignans to be able to help with the gene expression to build muscle. Do resistance training and take Myotrol, drink it with filtered water. You get additional benefits if you stack it with Gladiator barley to help build muscle. And resveratrol. Resveratrol, I've been taking for decades. Resveratrol helps with youthful gene expression. Don't you want to look young like myself? So resveratrol will help to soak up free radicals because it's an antioxidant, help the health of the mitochondria so you have more energy, help with youthful gene expression, and get rid of cells that are in senescence. This will help the basal layer of your skin. Basal layer is where your new skin cells are produced. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the resveratrol. It stacks well with C60, NAD+, ubiquinol, clarity factor. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. So a great stack. Get the digestive enzyme complex to help with your pancreatic health and to help with digestion. Myotrol to build muscle. And resveratrol for youthful gene expression. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. All right, let's listen into Stephen Miller here.
All right, earlier today, President Trump held a roundtable at the White House focused on Antifa, only weeks after designating that group as a domestic terrorist organization. Today's meeting was attended by cabinet members along with journalists who have experienced Antifa's violence firsthand and shared horror stories from Portland during the so-called Summer of Love. Remember the Chop Chaz Summer of Love spaghetti potluck dinner zone? You know, all the way to present day. And Monday, Stephen Miller, he went on fake news CNN. Not many people watch there, but a lot of people will watch here. And when the host tried to defend the Portland protesters, Stephen did what he did best, and he shut them down real fast. Take a look.
But there isn't actually a threat that these demonstrators are going to overthrow the government. Are you concerned that that response weakens your legal argument?
No, they are actually, as we speak, trying to overthrow the core law enforcement function of the federal government. Of course, this is, I think, what we're talking past each other. When ICE officers have to street battle against Antifa, hand-to-hand combat every night to come and go from their building, when they try to exit in a vehicle, when they are swarmed and surrounded and they try to tip the vehicle over, when people bring weapons to an ICE facility to try to engage in direct violent assault against ICE officers, what is the purpose? It is to prevent immigration and customs enforcement from carrying out the mission the American people elected them to do. Their objective is to make it impossible for ICE to carry out ICE enforcement. When in our history have we tolerated unlawful riotous assemblies night after night around FBI buildings or ATF buildings or DEA buildings? This is the textbook definition of domestic terrorism, using the actual and imminent threat of violence to keep federal officials from doing their jobs.
All right, here with more White House Deputy Chief of Staff of Policy and Homeland Security Advisor Stephen Miller. Look, the funny part is I really like, you're the only person I like to go on fake news CNN because then I get great tape and I get to show my audience and you get to look really good because you usually school them like you did here. Great job.
Well, I do CNN for you, Sean. Every time I come on your show, you tell me that I'm the only guest who's allowed to go on CNN, so that way we can play the clips on your show where millions of people will actually watch them. So thank you for that, and that was for you, Sean, and your many loyal viewers.
I appreciate it, but you know, we do have a problem here. I mean, Portland, 100+ nights of violence and their surrounding ICE facilities that are putting these people's lives in danger. California, we're going to pass a law. They can't put a mask on, but they exempt local police to protect, for example, the governor. Then you got this idiot, 4,000 murders, 5 times the murder rate of New York City, J.B. Pritzker, blaming Donald Trump. When all Donald Trump is trying to do is bring law and order and safety and security to the people in the state of Illinois and the city of Chicago. And Brandon Johnson saying to arrest ICE agents. This is madness. What has gone wrong with these people?
Well, look, I hate to say it, Sean, but Democrat leaders are siding with the domestic terrorists. Antifa is waging, as I explained in that clip you played, daily violent assault against ICE officers. They are attempting to physically prevent ICE officers from doing their jobs, using every means imaginable, including, of course, as we saw just a few weeks ago, attempted murder. And then we saw a few days ago another attempted murder through a vehicle ramming attack. It is unceasing, day after day, night after night. Antifa terrorists, as was explained in the event of the White House today, are trying to kill ICE officers, attack ICE officers, threaten their families, dox them, and do everything in their power to try to prevent Immigration and Customs Enforcement from getting violent criminal aliens out of this country. Now look what happened by contrast in Washington, D.C. When President Trump's program was put in place, when local leadership embraced the Trump plan, the Trump program, what happened, Sean? It's never been more peaceful. People have never felt more free. As President Trump said on your show tonight, they're going out to restaurants, they're going to monuments, they're taking lovely strolls in the evening with their loved ones. The only people who have lost are the criminals, the gangbangers, the drug dealers, the criminal illegal aliens. The Trump plan has brought historic safety to one of the most violent cities on earth, Washington, D.C. That's what President Trump wants for Chicago. That's what he wants for Portland. That's what he wants for Los Angeles. And yet Democrats are on the side every night of the gangbangers, the predators, and now even the domestic terrorists.
You know, I don't know why, you know, with 4,000 murdered under J.B. Pritzker's watch, you know, I don't know why they claim that, well, first of all, why hasn't anybody stood up for law and order and safety and security? They're supposed to be leaders. They're not leading. And we've been scrolling the names of people shot and killed for years on this program. Why do they claim to defund, dismantle, no bail, reimagine, send in the social workers? Why? Because it's not helping the people that are getting killed and victims of crime.
Because it's a fucking Marxist takeover by the ultra-libs. They want to destroy our Constitution. They want to destroy the idea of a two-party government. They don't want they don't want a constitutional republic. They want a one-party government that is top-down. It's all about collectivism. It's not about individualism. And conservatives need to push back. You know, I saw a really interesting series of lectures recently, and I'm starting to notice that there is, since Charlie Kirk's death, that there is a pushback by the conservatives, and they're showing the fallacies of the liberal argument. But the thing is that conservatives need to continue to push back. And when you continue to push back, then we'll be able to save our country and get out of this the tyranny of the ultra-liberal. But it's a Marxist takeover. Look at what's happening in New York. Mamdani is a Marxist takeover. What's happening with Mayor Wu in Boston? That's a Marxist takeover.
What's the Pritzker record? What's the Mayor Johnson record? Bloodbath, suffering, death, misery. You know, in just one weekend, you had over 70 people shot. 70 people shot in gun battles on the streets of Chicago. More dangerous than Mexico City, more dangerous than Baghdad, Iraq. And this is an American town. Donald Trump stands for peace. They stand for violence and death. It has to stop.
All right, Stephen Miller, thank you for being with us. Thank you for going on fake news, CNN, and giving us great things to show our audience. All right. Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
All right, now I'm going to play a video from the BBC about Israel and Hamas agreed to first phase of Donald Trump's Gaza peace plan. So let's listen to the BBC's take on this.
Developments in the Middle East over the past few hours. After more than 2 years of war, President Trump has confirmed that Israel and Hamas have agreed to the first phase of his peace plan. This means that all of the remaining hostages that are being held in Gaza will be released, hopefully in the coming days, and Israeli troops will withdraw to an agreed position. The details of when that will happen and where exactly the line will be have not yet been released. This is the scene live in Hostage Square in Tel Aviv, where families of those seized in the Hamas attack that sparked the war 2 years ago have gathered to demand the return of their loved ones. And we've been seeing scenes of celebration there over the past few hours. It appears to be getting closer to the point where we will see the release of their loved ones. And these are live pictures from the Israel-Gaza border. More than 2 million people have been displaced by Israeli bombing in Gaza over the past 24 months, and more than 67,000 have been killed. We'll have the latest from our correspondents in the Middle East shortly. But first, our North America correspondent, David Willis, reports on the developments of the last few hours.
Jubilation in the Middle East, the hope of peace for Israelis and Palestinians, prompting an outpouring of celebration from both sides in the conflict. The ceasefire agreement between Israel and Hamas is only the first phase of a Middle East peace plan. Making it stick will be a major victory for all the parties involved. The US was crucial to the deal, with Egyptian, Qatari, and Turkish mediators playing a vital role in talks with Hamas. Having vowed on the campaign trail to bring a quick end to the bloodshed in Gaza, President Trump found negotiations tougher than he expected. But he leveraged the United States' close ties with Israel to pressure the country's Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, to sign on to his 20-point peace plan. Concessions by Hamas appear to have made the ceasefire agreement possible. President Trump said both sides had taken what he called the first steps towards a strong, durable, and everlasting peace in the region, and hailed this as a great day for the Arab and Muslim world. Benjamin Netanyahu called the deal a diplomatic success and a national and moral victory for the state of Israel. Whilst a statement from Hamas paid tribute to the efforts of President Trump and called on the US and other nations to ensure Israel complies with the terms of the agreement. Indirect talks between Israel and Hamas only began on Monday, and events are now moving extremely quickly. Later today, Benjamin Netanyahu is due to convene his cabinet to sign off on the agreement. Once that's happened, a ceasefire will come into place in Gaza. And immediately thereafter, the BBC understands that 400 aid trucks will start to enter the enclave. Israel will then withdraw its troops to an agreed-upon line, although where that line will be is currently unclear. Whereupon Hamas will return the nearly 50 Israelis it's been holding hostage, and Israel will release, it's understood, around 250 Palestinian prisoners and 1,700 Gazans detained by Israeli forces since the war began. President Trump is planning to visit the Middle East at the weekend, and if all goes to plan, the hostages are expected to be released on Monday. But tough negotiations lie ahead, with many obstacles remaining in the path to a long-lasting peace. David Willis, BBC News.
Well, let's now speak to Rushdie Abu-Alouf. He's the BBC's Gaza correspondent and currently based in Istanbul. Thank you for joining us on the programme, Rushdie. First of all, what are you hearing from people in Gaza? How hopeful are they that this latest agreement will actually end the war?
Well, the entire population seems to be in a mood of celebration now in Gaza, despite the Israeli continuous bombing was some certain areas, especially in Gaza City. Despite the displacement and the hardship that the people are living, they went into the street at the early hour of the morning to celebrate and dance. We have seen happy videos from Gaza for the first time for a very long time. As you know, the people have been waiting for this moment for 2 years, and now they just celebrate. They knew that there is a lot of challenges, there is a lot of problems that ahead of this, but they want to catch this moment now to just relieve, and celebrate. We have seen hundreds of people in the street dancing. We have seen people posting on social media some positive posts for the first time. It was a very grim period a couple of days ago when before the ceasefire negotiation were started, because people were displaced, about 700,000 people from Gaza City, and the tanks were advancing into the city center. So now the people are hoping that tanks will start to move out of Gaza and people can go back to their homes. This morning, the Israeli-Hamas spokesman issue a warning to the people not to go back. They said at this stage, people are not allowed to move within the cities and to go back to Gaza because there is still active Israeli troops on the ground, and people hope that this could change very quickly. I think they are waiting for the Israeli cabinet to approve the deal, and then they can set a time for the ceasefire to go into effect when Israel will cease the fire in Gaza, and the people can start move freely between the cities and maybe going back to their homes in Gaza City.
And Rushdie, the Israeli military has said it's beginning the preparations to adjust its deployment lines. What could that look like on the ground in Gaza? How could things change in the coming hours and days?
When data comes at you fast, come up with answers even faster. Zasvaya.
That was a very complicated issue because according to the President Trump plan, the yellow line which was drawn in the map is keeping 55% of the land under full Israeli security control, which would prevent about 1 million people from going back to their homes in the first stage. There was a lot of negotiation about it, and I think the line was adjusted to, as the senior Palestinian official said, to make it consider the Israeli concern security-wise, and also to give Hamas the chance to find more bodies and handle more bodies to the Israelis, because Hamas said that some of the bodies are buried under the rubble and some of them are buried in an area that is under Israeli control. That's why they said we can't handle all the dead bodies, but they will handle the hostages, and we understand that will not be any public display, any military, show by Hamas during the exchange of hostages, which ideally the ideal time they said will start maybe Sunday or Monday. But now, in order to do this, to start this process, Israel has to take its forces out of the city centers of Gaza and withdrawn to the line agreed by Hamas and Israel through the mediators. And then Hamas will start the process of releasing. Up until now, Hamas did not receive the official name for the Palestinian prisoners who are going to be released as part of this. They agreed in number. They said 250 Palestinian prisoners serving life sentence in prison, and 1,700 Palestinians who were arrested from Gaza following the 7th of October. But we know that there is 5,000 Palestinians in the prison. So people in Gaza who have loved one in the Israeli prison are waiting for this list. They keep asking, posting on social media if Hamas received the list, because it is going to be happiness not only in Israel because the hostages are back, but also in Gaza because about 1,700 people will be released and they will be reunion with their families.
And Rushdie, this is all part of the first phase of this agreement. There are going to be more phases. Crucially, the disarmament of Hamas and other militant groups in Gaza. How committed is Hamas to that process? What have they said about giving up their arms?
Well, it is not clear yet, but I think Hamas understand that there is no way they could go back to the same old days where they are governing Gaza and they are having their weapons. We understand from local sources and within Hamas itself that Hamas was damaged to greatly to a level that they can't conduct any other major attacks towards Israel, because Israel destroyed a great deal of its Hamas capability. They're still there, they still have weapons, and they still will try to control Gaza again, because also there is nothing in the statement saying who's going to be in this transitional period. So, for example, if the tanks pulled out of the cities tomorrow, and there is a ceasefire, we have seen Hamas police back in full force back in January to the streets. And this is a question that the people in Gaza are starting to raise. Who is going in control of Gaza in this transitional period before they start to talk about the future of Gaza? We feel that the mediators push to delay all of the obstacles and challenges to the second stage, and they were rushing just to finish the most easiest part of the job, which is the exchange, because it doesn't involve politics, it doesn't involve talking about Hamas women or Hamas militants, whether they are going to leave Gaza or what. So there is a lot of gray areas in this Trump plan that isn't clear for everyone, and it requires a lot of talks and a lot of negotiation.
Brighteon, we are monitoring these images, continuous explosions happening in Gaza. You mentioned some Israeli strikes in Gaza City. We can see images from Wadi as well showing more explosions, which we haven't seen just yet this morning. Talk us through about what's happening on the ground at the moment.
Well, look, there is active Israeli troops within Gaza City. They are controlling about 60% of Gaza City, and they are about 400, 500 meters from Gaza city center. This is the biggest operation for Israel, but they are still in control of Rafah, and they are conducting operation in Khan Yunis, the second biggest city in the south. So there is Israeli troops everywhere in Gaza. And sometimes when the army withdrawn from Gaza, we have seen this in the past, that they fire smoke bomb, they fire artillery, just to create the land for the troops to pull out of Gaza. Not sure if they started to pull out of Gaza, but people are reporting that there is explosions in Gaza City, there is explosions in the middle and in Khan Yunis. And at least one of the hospitals in Gaza reported that one dead and several injured from Israeli quadcopter drone that opened fire towards a group of people who were trying to return back to their homes in a place that is under Israeli active military operation. We have seen this happening back in January in the first moment of the ceasefire, when Israel hit a couple of places, was about 9 people killed, I remember that day. So that's why most of the time people are advising in social media, don't move, it's very critical time, wait until there is official announcement that ceasefire goes into effect. And between now and then, it is going to be a lot of problems and a lot of shootings and a lot of obstacles and a lot of, violation maybe from both sides.
Brighteon, thank you. That's our Gaza correspondent, Brighteon joining us from Istanbul there. We've also had a line coming in from the president of the Palestinian Authority, Mahmoud Abbas, saying that he welcomes the Gaza deal. Let's now speak to our Middle East correspondent, Yolande Nell, who joins us from Jerusalem. Yolande, we're hearing reports that this agreement could be signed in the coming hours. What's your understanding?
So we're expecting a...
YouTube Premium is ad-free YouTube and ad-free videos on the YouTube Kids app, so kids can bounce the Kids Bop without missing a beat. Try 1 month free.
So we're expecting a formal signing of this agreement in Sharm el-Sheikh, where these important talks have been taking place, indirect talks between Israel and Hamas via mediators. And then that will mark the beginning of the Gaza ceasefire. In the afternoon, there should be a meeting of Israel's Security Cabinet, followed by the Israeli government sitting in session, because they have to approve the release of Palestinian prisoners from Israeli jails. Now, then there'll be a 24-hour period, we understand, during which we should see that Israeli troop withdrawal, Israeli troops pulling out of Gaza City, leaving Israel in control of something like 53% of the Gaza Strip. We've not seen an exact map being published, but Israeli sources have been briefing the media that it's very similar to the map that was published by President Trump when he first laid out his 20-point plan. Now, following the Israeli troop withdrawal, we should have a 72-hour window. That is the time when Hamas is expected to bring back all of the hostages. They should be 20, believed to still be alive, and the bodies of many of the deceased. But Hamas has made clear to mediators that perhaps as many as 9 of those bodies cannot be exactly located at the moment. They may be under the rubble. And there should be also this influx of aid that starts to go into Gaza. And there are some pictures being shared already on social media showing convoys in Egypt moving towards the border. We don't know how quickly they'll be able to get in, but it should be that there would be several hundred lorry loads of aid going into Gaza every single day, as we saw in the ceasefire earlier this year. And that's not just food, which is needed so desperately by people, but also fuel to run the generators in hospitals and at desalination plants, shelters for people as we start to get the beginning of the wintry weather. And, you know, this is a time when most of the population of Gaza is displaced. So lots to happen in the coming days. And as much as we're seeing all of these scenes of celebration, I think we'll see many more in the course of the day, whether it's in Tel Aviv and Hostages Square, also on the streets of Gaza, as people are waking up to this news, as news spreads of what this really means. I mean, people are still telling us that they are very cautious about what happens, because this is only the first stage of the President Trump's plan. And what will happen? Will it get to the final stages? This could well be the last, some people are saying. They're very worried that so many thorny issues have not been discussed in these talks in Sharm el-Sheikh, although that's understandable, what could be achieved in just a few days' time. But there's worry about this, leading to a loss of momentum, a loss of will. President Trump is expected to come to Israel on Sunday. He'll give an address to the Israeli parliament. He could well be here as Israeli hostages are being released. That will be a big moment for him. But it's really, requires his energy and that of other mediators from around the region to try to push things on to later stages in President Trump's plan. If you look at Gaza, what is needed there in terms of reconstruction, and most of the strip now devastated by 2 years of a really brutal war, it's going to be a huge task. There is that issue of Hamas disarmament. That has been a constant demand of Israel, that Hamas and other Palestinian armed groups should give up their weapons. They have repeatedly refused to do so unless there is the creation of a sovereign Palestinian state. So, we have to watch now and see what happens. And as much as the next few days are going to be really momentous, it's also what happens next.
And as you mentioned there, Yolande, President Trump due in Israel at the weekend, perhaps to cement this deal. I understand he'll be addressing legislators there in Israel.
That's right. He's going to speak to the Israeli Knesset, the parliament, on Sunday. And I'm sure this will be a moment of glory for him, and he will be talking about the need for peace, what he has done. Israeli people in general, not just the hostage families, they are extremely thankful to President Trump. They see that it is his involvement that has just been the crucial factor here at pushing this deal across the line.
Yolande, thank you. That's our Middle East correspondent, Yolande now there in Jerusalem for us.
I feel I may have entirely misunderstood him. Is it too much to think that he might have done this all for me?
All right, let's play Better Men's discussion about this issue on Fox.
All right, praise from both sides of the political aisle. Pouring in for President Trump's peace plan, Democratic Senator John Fetterman, got to give this guy credit, saying, quote, "Our parties are different, but we have a shared ironclad commitment to Israel." And Congressman Richie Torres, a Democrat from New York, says, "We should all be rooting for the success of an agreement that secures the release of the hostages and the ends of war." GOP Congressman Derek Van Orden sits on the House Armed Services Committee, Navy SEAL background, visit Israel in the immediate aftermath of the October 7th attacks, and joins us now. So, Congressman, you're a war fighter and you're a legislator who've been to Israel at the most crucial time.
In President Trump,
what hesitation do you have with this implementation of the deal, if any?
Well, first and foremost, let's thank President Donald J. Trump for his leadership. This would not have happened without him exercising peace through strength, and he deserves the greatest accolades that can be delivered by the international community. Here's my concern. I do not trust Hamas. As you said, I was in Israel immediately immediately following the October 7th attacks, and the barbarity that these folks exercised in an unprovoked manner against the Jewish people is unprecedented in the 21st century. So what we need to do is make sure we get all of the hostages back now, those are dead and alive, put their families at peace, and then we'll deal with the other 19 of the 20 points of this plan.
So do you remember what happened when we put Paul Bremer and others in the transition team in Iraq? They didn't like the idea of a Western leader, it doesn't matter who it was. Do you worry about a peace council with Tony Blair, possibly at one of the faces of it, in Gaza? Do you worry about that perception?
I do. We have to understand that these folks have been living in a bubble for decades. And what is telling is that the entire community in the Middle East has lined up with Israel and the United States and telling these savages of Hamas that they need to get their act together. So what this peace council looks like, the actual composition from the international community is important. But what is most important is that we make sure that we understand that Hamas is not to be trusted and that we must watch them day in and day out, and they must adhere to these provisions of this peace accord by the numbers.
This guy, Borwan Borghazi, who's been in jail, he was a Palestinian Authority member. He seems to be the symbol that they want out. Nobody thinks he's a member of Hamas. He talks about a two-state solution. The Israelis are reluctant to let him out. Do you have a sense of what we should do or what they should do there?
I think what the Israeli government needs to do is make sure that the members of Hamas adhere to these provisions. It's pretty simple. So the amount of people that the Israelis are going to have to release to get their hostages back is just remarkable. And this is their decision.
1,975, including 250 on death row.
That's correct. And Brian, honestly, I disagree with this strategy, but this is the Israeli government's decision to get their people back. I am not a fan of negotiating with terrorists. These people are terrorists. That's who they are yesterday. That's who they're going to be today and tomorrow. So the Israeli government collectively has made a decision to get their people back, and I can respect that. But I respectfully disagree with it.
20 seconds. Do you think that both sides will realize the president's going to be in Egypt signing a historic deal, that they'll go back to work and start working towards a different deadline and unlock the government? Is there a chance of that?
Brian, the Republican members of the House did their job. The Democrat members of the Senate are holding the government of the United States at bay because they want to have health care for illegal aliens. That's just not going to happen. Here's something else we've got to say. President Trump goes over to Egypt. The Palestinians better understand that Donald J. Trump is not mincing words. They will adhere to this peace agreement or they will be held accountable.
I know. Congressman, thanks so much. Look forward to seeing these breaking developments in the government as well as overseas. Derek Van Wood, thanks for getting up with us. I'm Steve Ducey. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart.
All right, we're going to go to MSNBC. We're going to go to MSNBC and their panel about this topic. But before we do that, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video and all my videos. Get the Ubiquinol. Ubiquinol is the most bioavailable form of CoQ10 that you can get. Ubiquinol will soak up free radicals, help the health of your mitochondria, boost up your energy levels, and protect your neurons. Super important, especially if you're 40 years of age or older. NAD Plus is a supplement that I have on my store that will increase your NAD Plus levels. That will increase your energy and also repair your DNA damage. With taking NAD Plus regularly, you're also protecting your neurons. So a great neurostack is to take the NAD Plus and the Ubiquinol together, take it every day, drink it with filtered water.
Trump says that both Israel and Hamas have agreed to the first phase of a ceasefire and hostage release deal. He made the announcement yesterday in a post on social media. In it, he says all remaining hostages held by Hamas will be released. He also says Israel will pull its troops back behind an agreed-upon line. Israel's ambassador to the United States said last night that a 72-hour clock to release the living hostages will begin once the Israeli cabinet meets later this morning to approve the deal. On social media, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu called the news a, quote, diplomatic success and a national and moral victory for the state of Israel. Joining us now from Tel Aviv, lead world news presenter for Sky News, Yalda Hakim. Yalda, what's the mood there in Israel right now?
Mika, it's not often that we feel optimistic about the situation in this region, certainly not after the bloodshed and the violence of the last 2 years since the October 7 attacks, when 1,200 Israelis were killed here, 251 taken hostage, and of course Israel's assault on Gaza, leaving 67,000 Palestinians dead. But in the last 24 hours, some good news, some positive news. It is historic. It is a historic moment. And although in this region, and certainly in this war of the last 2 years, we feel like we've been here before, this time it's different. And this morning, I woke up to cheers and joy, hope across this country, because they were being told that those 20 living hostages were going to come home. The people in Gaza were being told that once the ceasefire deal had been ratified by the Israeli Security Cabinet, that there would be a ceasefire in effect in Gaza, which means that the bombs would stop and those hostages could be released. We'd see aid going into Gaza. So a really momentous occasion that frankly started late last night for us, where our sources who have knowledge or had knowledge of those talks in Egypt were telling us, stand by, this is going to happen any minute now. And of course we saw those remarkable scenes with Marco Rubio handing Donald Trump that note and informing him that that ceasefire deal was very close. So since last night, we've been very, very cautiously optimistic, but this morning, a lot of hope. And frankly, it's not often in this region that both sides are celebrating the same thing, and that's what it's felt like today.
Lead world news presenter for Sky News, Yalda Hakim, thank you for that report on what's going on the ground.
Thanks so much, Yalda. David Ignatius, how did we get here?
So, Joe, just hearing those words, cheers and hope, remind you of how significant this moment is. We got here starting on October 7, 2023, with one of the bloodiest nightmares, certainly in my life. Some women recall the Holocaust, vicious killings of Israelis by Hamas terrorists who came across the Gaza fence. And then we had 2 years of increasingly aggressive, sometimes savage Israeli retaliation in Gaza, then spreading to Lebanon, an attack on Hezbollah in Lebanon that was successful, taking away Hezbollah's main power, an attack on Iran itself. So in that period, Bibi Netanyahu, the Israeli prime minister, although from the beginning he was blamed for Hamas's war in Gaza, blamed for not being prepared, kept in the fight and won battle after battle. And Israel today is really the unchallenged military leader of the region. But what it couldn't seem to do was to end the war. And that's where President Donald Trump came in decisively and said to Israel in the last weeks, this war must end. It's time for a deal that at last begins to think about the day after in Gaza, something Netanyahu hadn't been willing to deal with. Put together a plan for transition in Gaza, ruled neither by Hamas nor by Israel. Got all of the Arab countries and major countries in Europe together to back this transition plan and an international force that will hopefully keep order. There's a lot of difficulties still ahead. Hamas has to disarm. That's a key condition of this peace plan. But from everything we know, in the coming hours, the guns will finally go silent after 2 years. The hostages who've been suffering in just terrible misery will begin to come home. Palestinians will be released. And then we'll move into the next phase of planning
for a different Gaza. And you know, based on the optimism, good feeling of this moment, I think there will be a genuine international effort to make that work.
David, it's remarkable that since 1948, for the most part, it seemed to be Israel and the United States, not only on its own against the region, but also sometimes against our closest allies in Europe. I want to read to you where we are today, where foreign ministers are going to be meeting in Paris after the work. And again, as Jonathan O'Meara said, this all started actually in earnest with the bombing of Qatar, where Donald Trump put his foot down and told Netanyahu enough was enough, forced Netanyahu to apologize to Qatar. Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff talked to the Qataris during the UN week, and they started to come together with this 20-point plan. And this is where it's gotten us right now. Today, meeting in Paris, foreign ministers from Germany, from Spain, from Italy, from the UK, Turkey, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Qatar, and Jordan. Unthinkable. That would have been unthinkable not so long ago, David, but here we are.
So I think many of us have worried about declining U.S. leadership in the world, an America first approach that often seemed to isolate us from our partners and allies. This morning is a day when we can see the power of American leadership, when the United States takes the lead in putting together a peace plan that nobody else, it seems, could have done, gets the best ideas from every side and pulls them together into a 20-point plan. And then let's be honest, President Trump had the toughness to basically insist to Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, this is the time for peace. You must apologize to Qatar for having bombed it. You must agree that you will not annex the West Bank, as so many right-wing Israelis have wanted, and you must go forward with this peace plan. So that's what American leadership looks like, and it's no surprise to me that the world is supporting it, lining up to say, basically, thank you.
Jonathan O'Meara, what are you hearing from your sources about the deal and any challenges ahead?
Well, as Joe just mentioned, the wheels really got in motion after what happened in Doha. That was when Israel struck there, not even giving the United States a heads up until the missiles were in the air. That really infuriated Trump, Witkoff, Kushner, and the rest. And we saw President Trump short time later when President Netanyahu came to Israel, demanded an apology, and even put a picture of the apology, that phone call to the Qataris from the Oval Office on the White House's website.
That's in case anybody missed it.
Here it is. He apologized. And then going from there, as David mentioned, there are still tripwires ahead. Hamas demilitarizing chief among them. But there is, I'm told, talking to some White House folks, even this morning, there's hope here, real optimism. Not a done deal, because it's the Middle East, and things can trip up at the last minute. But they do believe that they're on the right track. President Trump is planning, it's not set in stone, but planning to head to Israel this weekend to speak to the Knesset and to oversee sort of the final arrangements of their potential even being in Israel when the hostages are returned home on Monday. We'll see. This is all still being worked out right now. So for him, a man, the president, who made no secret of his desire for a Nobel Peace Prize, this would certainly be something on the resume. But they're wary enough to know it's not done just yet.
Yeah. Steve, let's talk about the economics of all of this. There have been people who've, of course, been critical of the president and his family's relations with Middle Eastern countries, in the Gulf states in particular. At the same time, the relationships that they've built there through that actually have given them an opening that past American presidents and administrations haven't had. That's not to justify anything, blah, blah, blah. I'm just talking about diplomacy. If most diplomacy in the Middle East is personal, they build those personal relationships, not only for peace, but what comes after.
Yeah, no question. And it obviously goes back to Trump 1.0 and Jared Kushner and the Abraham Accords and everything that he did, which, again, you have to recognize was a significant accomplishment at the time. And then the period between Trump 1.0 and Trump 2.0, they did spend, as you say, an enormous amount of time in the Middle East on business deals that, of course, were unconnected to Trump's position as a former president and a future president, and they did bring those to bear in this situation in a positive way. But yes, it's a little hard to separate the parts of this that led to this or helped lead to this from the parts of this that are pretty seamy and not something that people should ignore. The influence peddling and the personal dealings in the Middle East and all the Trump stuff and Witkoff's family as well, making money off of their position in the political spectrum.
Claire, you serve on the Armed Services Committee. Obviously, the Middle East took up such a massive amount of time and energy for you on that committee, for U.S. presidents in the past. Talk about the significance of what we're hearing so far today, and if this breakthrough, in fact, holds, what does it mean for U.S. foreign policy?
Well, yeah, after 2 years of brutally attacking anything that walked in Gaza, I think Israel's won. And I think we lose credibility as a party, as Democrats, if we do not acknowledge that this is a positive thing that has occurred and that Donald Trump gets some of the credit. There's all kinds of bad things around this that happened, and how Netanyahu conducted himself, and the price that innocent children and civilians paid in this war. But having said all that, I think this is a very positive thing, and what will remain for the United States and our military is, does this lower the temperature across the Middle East? Is this really a breakthrough where Arab nations are going to put aside their differences and come together, and there's going to be a long-lasting peace? Big question marks out there on that. We still have bubbling up even in Pakistan, and as it relates to India, and you have all the Iranian issues. But let's take a moment here. Let's take a beat and be grown up and be rational and credible and say this is a good thing that has happened, and Donald Trump gets some of the credit.
All right, let's go to another video. But before we do, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video. Use discount 5. You get $5 off any order, all caps, discount 5. Get the collagen. Collagen helps your body multiple ways. It helps with your skin, your hair, your nails, your musculature, your bone density, your cartilage, and your joint health. Take it every day. This is a month's supply. Take it with soft foods, filtered water, smoothie, or even with milk. Make sure you do some resistance training. Boomer Boost. Boomer Boost has 68 nutrients. It has a very comprehensive compound profile shown on the screen. You can also read the label on my website. But get the Boomer Boost. This will focus on heart, vascular system, brain function, musculature, energy levels, metabolism. You'll notice the difference. You'll feel the effects of this within about 72 hours. Now, by taking this every day, the scooper, 1 scoop a day, mix it with soft foods, filtered water, a smoothie, or even with milk. I mix it with hummus. But take it every day, and it's going to help to improve those different systems, help with your immune system and your endocrine system. Your brain function, you're going to be able to focus better. It's going to get rid of that brain fog. You're going to have more energy. And that energy is going to be steady throughout the whole day. There's no spiking of energy, right? You're going to have more vitality. In doing this every day, you get these compound effects, and you're going to notice that you're slowing down the aging process. And you're going to have more vitality, more longevity. So please go to my store and get the Boomer Boost. It's a major part of my anti-aging protocol. And again, by improving your body, your endocrine system, and your immune system, you're going to be able to weather the storm that's coming in the fall and the winter. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Another great supplement that I have is Zeolite. Zeolite, you take 3 small drops underneath your tongue and drink filtered water. What this will do is bind to heavy metals, toxins, and chemicals and allow you to urinate them out within 6 to 8 hours. Detoxify your body regularly is going to help you with your immune system and your endocrine system. But also your kidneys and your liver, your bladder, and even your brain. By detoxifying your body, you're getting rid of that garbage that's causing inflammation, causing stress in cells. So it's really important to detoxify your body. And I have lots of ways to detoxify your body on my store. So please go to my store and get the zeolite. Take it every day, take 3 small drops, and drink filtered water. Again, use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. So a great stack here. The Boomer Boost to rev up your energy levels and help with brain function, your heart, your vascular system, and your musculature. Taking the zeolite to detoxify your body and help with your immune system and endocrine system. And taking the collagen to help with your skin, your hair, your nails, your musculature, your bone density, and even your joint health. So please go to my store, get the collagen, the Boomer Boost, and the zeolite. That's a great stack. Now, of course, you can take them separately, but I'm trying to teach you how to stack these to get the max benefit. That's the key to supplementation, is stacking, to being able to get synergistic benefits, because your body is a complex biochemistry machine, all right? So just taking one type of supplement isn't going to do much for you. But if you take and stack different supplements appropriately, and you couple it with proper diet and exercise, filtering your water, staying away from processed foods, exercising properly, doing some resistance training, cardio, stretching, and balancing. Those are all very important for your muscles and for your neurons. Having mindfulness or some spirituality, learning new things. These are all very positive for slowing down the aging process and getting healthy. So it's not just taking supplements. It's also about the stacking and coupling it with a holistic approach. And by doing that, your body heals over time. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the great supplements that I offer. All right, with that, let's listen into The Hill.
Food security is national security. Phosphate powers America's farmers, but global competitors like Russia and China.
President Trump announced on Wednesday night that Israel and Hamas have both signed off on the first phase of a peace agreement.
Now, almost 2 years ago on the dot, Hamas attacked Israel on October 7th, igniting the war that has left more than 67,000 Palestinians killed and 2,000 Israelis killed. Hamas took around 250 Israeli hostages, and Israel says there are about 20 of them who are still alive, and around 25 bodies.
President Trump wrote in part on Truth Social, quote, "This means that all the hostages will be released very soon, and Israel will withdraw their troops to an agreed-upon line as the first steps toward a strong, durable, and everlasting peace. All parties will be treated fairly. This is a great day for the Arab and Muslim world, Israel, all surrounding nations, and the United States of America, and we thank the mediators from Qatar, Egypt, and Turkey who worked with us to make this historic and unprecedented event happen."
Hamas also responded positively to the news, saying in a statement, quote, "We call on President Trump, the guarantor countries of the agreement, and all Arab, Islamic, and international parties to compel the occupation government to fully implement the terms of the agreement and not allow it to evade or delay the implementation of what has been agreed upon." Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu also applauded the deal, saying it was, quote, "a great day for Israel." Other aspects of the conflict, like the future governance of Gaza and disarming Hamas, still need to be negotiated.
On Wednesday, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner arrived in Egypt on behalf of the U.S. to help negotiate the deal. In addition to Hamas and Israel, representatives from the mediators, Egypt, Qatar, and Turkey, were also there. While speaking to a roundtable on the radical group Antifa, which we discussed earlier in the show, Secretary of State Marco Rubio passed Trump a note and whispered something in his ear. It turns out that that was when Trump found out they were very close to a peace deal. Here's what Trump had to say after the fact.
We have a great team over there, great negotiators, and there are unfortunately great negotiators on the other side also. But it's something I think that will happen, got a good chance of happening. I may go there sometime toward the end of the week, maybe on Sunday, actually, and we'll see. But there's a very good chance.
Journalist Mehdi Hassan reacted to the news on X, writing, quote, "I love that we live in a world where we're all supposed to now praise Trump for his peacemaking and ignore the fact that at least 20,000 Palestinians have been killed on his watch with bombs and bullets and rhetorical support that he supplied to Israel. That's all erased now."
But editor-in-chief of the Dispatch, Jonah Goldberg, wrote, I don't think I need to persuade anyone. I'm not a Trump fan. Side note, he's definitely not a Trump fan. But he deserves credit and praise for this phase of the deal. If the reporting is accurate, he will deserve more credit and more praise if the larger plan comes to fruition. This is a good example of how claiming everything Trump does is bad is stupid, just as claiming that everything Trump does is good is stupid. Yes, indeed, I agree. This is great news. Now, obviously, we've had false hope in the past about this war coming to a close when we've had ceasefires that then break down. I hope this is the one that sticks. It sounds like there's a good chance of that happening. Hamas has agreed. Israel has agreed. This will mean the release of the remaining hostages, which is just wonderful. They've been held for 2 years in this awful state. Their families have had to, wait for 2 years, but trying not to give up hope, hoping against hope that this day would come. So great news. Now, the difficulty is always for working out what the governance of Gaza is going to be, because it's not going to be Hamas, is the Israel position. So that things are not easy, but getting Israel and Hamas to agree to a peace is good. And yes, Mehdi is right that thousands and thousands of Palestinians have died, and that's awful. I don't put the moral blame for that on President Trump. It was the Israeli government conducted this counteroffensive in response to a terrorist attack. I would not have given it as much support as the U.S. government did. That's not unique at all to the Trump administration. They had the full agreement of the Biden administration. Both Republicans and Democrats for year after year have tried to exert some influence over how far Israel goes, and Biden had less success doing that than anyone who served in the White House. Trump has done what he could to clean up the mess. I think it's fair to argue that aid should have been cut off quicker, or we should have taken a firmer hand. Sure, I'm not going to say it was handled perfectly at all times, but this was clearly a difficult piece to engineer given how obstinate both sides are. He says the negotiators were good on both sides. So it was long way of saying it was really difficult for us to get to this point, and I'm glad Trump pulled it off. Get him another one of those Nobel Prizes. Get him another one of those Nobel Prizes.
According to you, he has like 6. Listen, I'm not the person that's not going to point out when something across the aisle needed to happen. I find it a moment to criticize President Trump in this moment. I think that America was ready to be detached from this entire situation, but more importantly, to stop seeing the hostages be held, to stop seeing Palestinians die. There was a sentiment that everybody did never want to see that go further. 2 years was long enough. I think President Trump deserves credit for being able to negotiate that. I also think people need to stop skipping over how deeply involved President Biden was with saying that Israel and Benjamin Netanyahu can move forward in whatever fashion they liked. So let's not pretend this is a Democrat-Republican thing. This was how we ran our country thing, and allowing ourselves to support Benjamin Netanyahu endlessly when in some cases it was going too far. While he was allowed to protect himself, the retaliation was a bit much. And I know there's so many criticisms of that, speaking of how we responded to 9/11, and I understand that whole argument. But I still think when you see that number of Palestinian people that died, we have to figure out what the conversation is that Mehdi Hassan brought up. Now, when you have still extremist leaders that surround Benjamin Netanyahu, like Ben-Gvir that we talked about, and when you talk about the stipulations that may or may not be involved in this, and how Benjamin Netanyahu has responded to some other conversations around ending this have been super critical. So what I want to know now is, what are the checks and balances involved to ensure that civilians will now be fed, Palestinians be fed, to ensure that all the bodies and people alive will be released properly, because Hamas did say that there's trouble getting through what is now completely demolished Gazan territory to get these hostages there. And the timeline they want them returned is kind of unrealistic when you can't even drive through the streets. So they're trying to figure that part out. I also want to make sure that Netanyahu doesn't go rogue, as he has multiple times in the past, with President Trump saying one thing and he decided to do something else. Also, to make sure that Palestinians are stabilized and able to rebuild a place that they have lived for decades in a way that's comfortable to the Palestinian people. And like you said, yes, not Hamas. I specifically want to understand about this board of peace that's being established, who will be on it, who will authorize that it's being followed through properly. And then also, I noticed that the deal avoids addressing at all the two-state solution, which ultimately, like we said, before our lifetimes, this territory has been in grief and fighting. And so what is the ultimate plan? Now, many historians and people who are way more knowledgeable on that territory and history of it than I am will say that a two-state solution is the most, I guess, long-term stable solution. However, I don't see that anywhere as part of this conversation in any way. And so I think that that also has to be on the table. And while people may temporarily put a Band-Aid on what has been a dramatic and drawn-out long war, I think a long-term solution needs to be established before President Trump absolves himself and says, I'm turning this over to the Board of Peace and Benjamin Netanyahu to follow through. And that's what Hamas was saying in this note. Like,
well, on the Israeli side, if they violate the peace deal or they start Netanyahu goes rogue, to use your terminology, then we should cut off our aid to them. Like, sorry, you're the client state, we're the big state, you got to do what we say. If they go against Trump on this, cut off the aid. On the Palestinian side, Hamas just cannot have a role in the governance. It has to be the Palestinian Authority, Mahmoud Abbas, who, Hamas seized power from them when Israel pulled out of the Gaza Strip in the aughts, and they said, okay, you govern yourselves. And then the people picked Hamas. That was 20 years ago. That can't happen again. So it's still going to be governance by people the Israelis don't love, but not Hamas. That's what has to happen. And if that can be agreed to, great, two states. If not, then it's going to be something else. So that's where we'll be.
And the scariest part is the fact that President Trump joked about it being a tourist destination. I mean, there's real people that need to rebuild their livelihoods over there and not be a place
to find a way to make a livelihood.
No, but not for Trump Tower to go there. I think that's completely insensitive and was a...
What? Trump Tower?
Just to mention. I mean, he said he wants to go there. This is a great piece of land. No,
we're going to pay to build it. And
we shouldn't put Trump's logo all over there. We should rebuild it in a way that
put it. But if they want to purchase the land and build hotels, I mean, we want it to become an economically viable place for the people who live there.
We want Palestinians to decide how they would like to move forward and if they want major boom. And also, as somebody who,
if we're paying to rebuild it.
I disagree. I think that statement was, it's not charity. I think that we also paid for it to get demolished.
Well, I would have done that.
So what do we mean? We're paying. So we're here in this situation. We shouldn't just rebuild it in a way that America sees fit. We should talk to the people that are the new leadership of Palestinian people and talk about what they want to see there, not what America wants to see in a part of the country that
I would hope they would want to see a thriving economy, and tourism can be...
Robert, your hopes are not maybe what the Palestinian people want. I'm saying that's the first and foremost thing that
I don't think... I don't think they want to live in rubble. I think they want...
Maybe they want to live in the homes that they had before it was demolished by funding that was given by the American government.
Of course we have to build homes. We want it to be a place where people can live and work in safety and be prosperous.
Well, we'll see how this deal pans out. A popular country singer is in hot water with the DHS for lyrics in his new song coming up like Christy Known.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the deodorants that I have that are dual purpose. These deodorants are made from essential oils from the Himalayas. All natural, has no aluminum, no baking soda. These are for males and females. You use it as a deodorant, but it'll also help to detoxify your body. You can get it in peppermint, lavender, and tea tree, or in citrus. Get a couple bars for your household, help support the work that I do. And by using a deodorant from my store, you're also detoxifying your body, super important. And olive leaf extract. Olive leaf extract will bring down inflammation and help with your lipid profile. Olive leaf extract, taking it every day, will help with your cardiovascular health and your immune system. Drink it with filtered water. All right, let's listen into Chuck Todd's podcast about the Israeli issue here.
Zero helps me take my business anywhere I want.
Come on.
Grit, stability, precision. That's the essence of driving. Lawfin.
I'm taping on October 7th, so it seemed to be a good time to check in on. There's a lot of polling that's been out there on Israel, not just in the United States, but some polling in Israel. And it's the polling in Israel that I think a lot of people haven't seen or heard about. So I thought I would get there, discuss a little bit of the polling on how Israel has lost its standing in the United States. And it's really starting to erode across the board. It certainly, Israel still has more support on the right than the left in this country, but it is eroding generally more. It's really Bibi's unpopularity is growing. He's never been a popular guy here, but his unpopularity is growing. But what's striking is how unpopular he is in the state of Israel, and I will get to that. But I do think it's, what have we learned about Israel over the last 2 years? What's been the sort of fallout from all of this? And I think what's interesting is on the U.S. relationship with Israel. I want to associate myself with some comments that Ian Bremmer made in his newsletter because I thought it was really smart. It's an interesting conundrum that Israel's in right now. Israel, under Bibi's leadership, has never looked as powerful or as alone. So many Western governments have embraced the idea of Palestinian statehood, and there's, in some ways, Israel has one friend, the United States. That's it. It makes the relationship with the United States that much more important to any current or future Prime Minister of Israel. And it gives the United States more leverage and arguably more global responsibility for managing, if you will, or influencing, or however you want to put it, or the belief that they have influence over Israel. But the Israeli government has never been more tied and more in need of U.S. support, and more than they have no other allies like the United States, nowhere even close. Not saying they don't have other friends out there, but it's only due to the United States that they have some Sunni Arab states that are friends. But it's sort of like they're friends because of the United States. Whether they be friends with Israel on their own is a whole other story. But I thought that was an interesting piece of analysis by Ian. I like to frequently bring onto the podcast as my international expert, one of the just smarter global political scientists that are out there. But it's true, because as a military power, Israel now is the power of the Middle East. There's no close second. It's Israel and everybody else. So they have power. They're feared in the Middle East. And yet, it's out of fear. There's less respect around the world because of Bibi's leadership too. Anyway, let me get into some of the polling because I think some of this is interesting and worth taking a look at. So look, there's still giant, first let's talk about America's views of Israel in general. Big partisan split, 70%. This is a Pew poll, by the way, that I'm citing. Pew came out last week. And there's all this polling on this side. This is just the Americans. The poll of Israeli citizens is by the Israeli Democracy Institute. It was conducted, by the way, in Arabic and in Hebrew, because they also there's a lot of Israeli Arabs in the Israeli population as well. It is a large minority in the state of Israel. But let me start with the U.S. public opinion. So first, the sort of predictable, the partisan split.
Gusto is the best choice for small business payroll. It's fast. It's trusted. It's a great value. And when it comes to running your business, it's the easiest choice you can make. Get started for free at gusto.com.
First, the sort of predictable, the partisan split. 70% of Democrats are Democratic-leaning independents view the Palestinian people favorably. Just 37% of Republicans or Republican leaners hold those same views. The Israeli government is viewed positively by 55% of Republicans, Only 18% of Democrats view the Israeli government positively. On the Israeli people, Democrats are evenly divided, 48-48, favorable, unfavorable on the Israeli people. Republicans, a much higher favorable view of the Israeli people, 67%. 82% of Republicans and 56% of Democrats view the Palestinian Authority unfavorably. So while there are fewer Democrats that view it unfavorably, majorities of both parties view the Palestinian Authority unfavorably. And 8 in 10 Republicans and 8 in 10 Democrats view Hamas unfavorably. But what's also interesting is there is growing skepticism of Israel's operation in Gaza over time. 39% now say Israel has gone too far in its military operation against Hamas. That's up from 31% at this same time in 2024. And it was 27% in late 2023, just after Hamas took those hostages on October 7th. And overall, the Israeli government, which really is Bibi, right? But the Israeli government, 59% of Americans hold an unfavorable view of the Israeli government. That is up from 51% of last year. Look, you can't get to 59% of Americans on anything without having essentially pieces of all three of America's sort of political tribes, right? The left, center, and right. And that is definitely the case there. Now let me move to what we learned about the Israeli people, because I think some of these numbers will surprise people. And I think I say this as an American Jew, you know, in some cases, I think folks that are not familiar, you know, there's plenty of diversity of thought inside the American Jewish community, plenty of diversity of thought among American Jews on Bibi, the individual, on the Israeli government, on the Palestinian people. That nuance gets lost, frankly, in a lot of the conversation that takes place online, which is, as an American Jew, very frustrating to many of us. Many of us. And look, we disagree amongst ourselves. We have plenty of debates in the Jewish community ourselves, but we're pretty good at debating. We like debating. I will tell you that. But this, to me, I think won't surprise American Jews, but this will surprise people who are not familiar. 66% of Israelis say it's time to end the war in Gaza. 66% of Israelis, folks. Okay, that is up 13 points from a year ago at this time, and the same, essentially 60.
You have to take a look at what's that population in terms of liberal and conservative. And the problem in Israel, like I mentioned earlier in this broadcast, is that you have a lot of Jews that are non-observant. They're secular. And that's the problem. They don't even want the Temple Mount. You know why? Because if you have the Temple Mount with a new temple on it, you would actually have to follow the edicts of the Torah. You don't have a choice. So if you're a secularist, would you want the temple to be rebuilt? Of course not. So this gets back to the crust of the problem. What's going on with the Temple Mount, and what is the level of observance in Israel? If it's to a point where the level of observance is less than 50%, you got a problem. And Chuck Todd isn't smart enough or isn't willing to state what I just stated. Why? Because he's a secularist.
2/3 of the country think Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu should take responsibility for the security failures that led to the October 7th attacks and resign. Okay? Now, to split up that number, just so you know, it's about 40%, 45% who believe he should resign immediately now. There's a whole chunk of Israelis that think that Bibi, you know, it was a security failure and he should take responsibility for this. He's never taken responsibility for the lack of smart security around October 7th. There's a reason results matter more than promises. Just like there's a reason Morgan & Morgan has become America's largest injury law firm. For the last 35 years, they've recovered $25 billion for more than $500 million.
Dude, come on.
It includes cases where insurance companies
I don't really care about your ads embedded in your video. All right.
Their fee is free unless they win. And then there's another 15% who believe he should resign after the war is over. Finish the military operation and then resign. But it's pretty clear, 2/3, basically 66% of the population thinks it is time for Bibi to leave the stage. He's got to go. And I think there is a belief, and this happens in any wartime situation. You know, this is not unique to Israel. Zelensky is going to be facing the same thing. There's going to be fatigue, the population. There's going to be a belief, the population, that in some ways there's going to be too much scar tissue with that leader. And they're never, you know, and frankly, they may be so warped that they see everything as something you got to go to war to. So it just in general, you'll see.
Here's a classic example. Here's a classic example of what I'm talking about. He is the same age as myself. Same age. Same age. And look at him and look at me. All right? We're both Jewish. So, you know, all right? Same age. Look at the aging that has gone on. See, people need to really pay attention. I've been playing around with this whole anti-aging protocol since I was 16 years old. All right? And as the decades have gone by, new stuff has come onto the market, and an understanding of the aging process. The sports medicine increased, also geriatric medicine increased. So when you couple all this together, how aging works at the cellular level, how to slow down the aging process within the geriatric patient cohort group, and sports medicine, and the benefits of sports medicine, and understanding sports medicine, and taking all that and packaging it in a way so the average person can benefit from it, you start seeing that you're slowing down the aging process. And it's really simple. Multivitamin probiotic foundation, the Max 35 or cleanse to boost up that immune system and to neutralize, especially during the fall and the winter season. C60, very strong antioxidant, soak up those free radicals, so you're bringing down that inflammation, you're bringing down that stress on the cell. Taking the turmeric, ashwagandha, and lignans to bring down inflammation, control your blood glucose levels, control your cortisol levels, and taking Boomer Boost to rev up your metabolism, help with your cardiovascular function, help with your brain function, help with your musculature, do proper diet and exercise. All right? Same age. We both went to really good schools. All right? But look at that. Look at that. Huge difference. We're both Jewish. We have come from very similar genetics. Look at that beard. It's all white. Where's the hair? He's got no hair. See, the point that I'm making is if you follow my protocol, you'll slow down the aging process. And you'll have more vitality. And when you have more vitality and you approach it in a holistic way, you will enjoy your life more and not be a stupid liberal. He went to George Washington University. He's a fucking liberal. He's a fucking liberal.
Where there'll be people think it's time for Zelensky to go. Now they may say, let's wait till after the war. Don't change horses in midstream type of mindset, which is something that many a democracy goes through. But I just think in general, I know this. I knew he was more unpopular than popular in Israel. I was surprised that the number would be that high. This is worth in a question, again, of the Israeli public. A majority of the public believes that Israel's standing in the international arena is worse today than it was before October 7th. 73% of the overall sample believes this, and this is across the board. Among Israeli Jews, it's 76%, and among Israeli Arabs, it is 60%. This is also the view of the majority of each of the three political camps within Israel. Those on the left, 95% of those in the Israeli left, believe Israel's international standing is worse today, 87% in the political center, and even 69% in the political right.
Building more affordable housing is critical for our city. On November 4th, New Yorkers can vote on an affordable housing tax credit and other city charter reforms.
So flip your ballot over and vote on questions 2 through 6.
Make your voice heard on the future of our city.
Treat yourself to big savings on top-rated pieces during Raymore and Flanagan's anniversary sale. Prefer to spread out your payments? Enjoy flexible financing so you can buy now.
In the political right. And what is the main goal of this war? Right? There's been, frankly, a debate inside Israel. What should the goal? Is the goal to get all the hostages home, or is the goal to eradicate Hamas? Well, we've heard what Bibi says, and certainly what his right-wing government says. They want to make it about Hamas.
See, here's the classic example, what I was mentioning about the seculars. They don't get to the root cause. It's about the Temple Mount and the rebuilding of the temple. Who owns the Temple Mount? When is the Dome of the Rock going to be taken down? That's what the whole issue is here. But a secular Jew will never, ever, 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 especially an intellectual, bring that up. Pseudo-intellectual, right here. Chuck Todd, pseudo-intellectual. Oh, by the way, Trump is always bad. He's, orange man bad syndrome. Another typical liberal Jew. Right here, Chuck Todd. And I can say that because I am Jewish.
Israeli publicans. 65% of the Israeli public believe the main goal of the war in Gaza today should only be bringing the hostages home. Hard stop. And the share, by the way, of people that hold those views has actually grown.
Really? So it goes back to the whole concept that I've been saying. Secularism in Israel has caused the problem. They moved away from following Torah principles. And oh, by the way, you know what Zionism really was started for? To actually erode the observance of Judaism in Israel. Now, a lot of the non-Jews don't understand that, but that's exactly what was happening. Zionism, in its modern form, was trying to reduce the religious observance of Jews and have them be more secularists. Why doesn't Chuck Todd bring this up? Oh, he's a secular Jew. That's why. We need to get to the root of the problem here.
Since January of 2024, among both Israeli Jews and Israeli Arabs. And it's really not surprising. There's fatigue, there's concern that they're frankly never going to get home in time on that front. But it's, I just think here on this October 7th, we should reflect. Let's be hopeful that that we are potentially at the end here. And, for all the grief, everybody, this is a case where Donald,
if he doesn't say that if you don't solve the problem with the Temple Mount and what's going on in East Jerusalem, then you're not educated enough to even have a fucking opinion. Because that's what it's all about. It's not about Gaza. It's not about the West Bank. It's about the Temple Mount, guy. Wake up, wake up, wake up. And this has been written down for more than 2,000 years. I know, Chuck Todd, you went to George Washington University. Sorry, it wasn't Ivy League, but you know what? Wake up. Wake up.
The American president could be putting Bibi in his place on this a little bit. This is a case where Trump's using his sort of unique ability to bully for good.
See?
In a certain sense.
See? See?
This is not
Orange man bad. But, he's trying to bring peace to the world. Orange man bad. This is the typical liberal Jew right here. Typical liberal. not looking at the real issue. Because when the Temple Mount gets rebuilt, the way his lifestyle would have to radically change. Oh, they don't want that. They don't want that. So what happens is that you have, what I'm going to say is pretty strange here. You have the sole root of Jacob, where Jews come from, and that's bifurcated into religious observance, non-religious observance, and religious observance. All right, but the ones that are non-religious observance, they align. They're not attached to, but they are aligned to negative Esau. Oh, so that's the reason why you start to see some of these ultra-liberal, non-observant Jews pushing Marxism, pushing socialism. They're tied to this kind of like this woke movement, right? What I call the New York Times and the New Yorker reader, right? Older, liberal Jew, all right? That's where Chuck Todd's coming from. It's not observant. He's not observant. The fuck? And that's where you get to the core of the problem. It's about the Temple Mount. It's not about fucking Gaza. It's not fucking West Bank. It's about the Temple Mount. What's going on with it there? Who owns it? Who's in control of it? When Israel wants to take down the Dome of the Rock, you think that the Arab community is going to allow that to happen? Well, then you don't have a peace. Where's Chuck Todd bringing that up? He's a dipshit. He's just a typical dipshit.
In general, it's not very good diplomacy in general, but sometimes, Bibi and Trump are very similar guys. They're clinging to power to avoid accountability, right? They share a lot in common. They have gotten power without having a majority support, which is easier to explain in a parliamentary system, a little harder to explain in our system. The two of them do have a lot in common, but it also means Trump knows how to bully Bibi because he knows who Bibi is. So at this point, let's just hope we can turn the page.
Yeah, the page will never turn until they solve the problem with at the Temple Mount. I guarantee you that. I guarantee you that. All right. I believe Trump is having a cabinet meeting right now. Hopefully we can listen in. I never liked Chuck Todd. I thought he was always a shithead. He was a liberal shithead. All right, come on. All right, is he holding the cabinet meeting? I don't think it's playing yet. Let's see here, live now. Okay, they haven't started it yet. It looks like it's going to be, should be playing now, but they haven't started it yet. All right, while we're waiting, let me just plug some products and then we'll go to Bloomberg until they start. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. This stack is going to help you to bring down inflammation and help with your immune system so you're not a stupid Chuck Todd. And also, it's going to help with your cardiovascular system. So your vascular health will increase. You'll be reducing plaque buildup and further plaque formation. If you take a look at people that have cardiovascular disease, they age faster, like Chuck Todd. All right, so lignans will help with your immune system and your endocrine system, bring down inflammation and soak up free radicals. Turmeric, strong antioxidant, helps to bring down pro-inflammatory cytokines, to bring that down, that inflammation. It's very important for your vascular system and your immune system. But bringing down inflammation with the lignans and the turmeric will also help with brain function, because you're bringing down that inflammation at the cerebral level, so you're keeping your neurons healthy, because you don't want to be a stupid Chuck Todd. And ashwagandha root, this controls your cortisol levels and your blood glucose levels. And by doing that, you're bringing down inflammation at the vascular level and reducing plaque formation. Super important, right? And not only that, if you have elevated cortisol levels that are chronic, you're doing damage to your cells. So you want to control those cortisol levels. And the way to do it is to take the ashwagandha. Again, if you control your cortisol levels, you're also boosting up your immune system, because elevated cortisol levels is immunosuppressive if it's chronic. Don't be a Chuck Todd. Lignans, turmeric, and ashwagandha, stack them together. That's going to help with your immune system. It's going to help with your cardiovascular health and also your brain. Protect those brain cells, because you don't want to be a Chuck Todd.
You're listening to Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, Scarlett Fu, Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. I want to talk a little technology, I want to talk a little AI. Why not? Because that's what's driving a lot of the narrative in this marketplace, with some of these big investments in OpenAI and some of the other AI platforms by some of these big tech names. We bring in Mandeep Singh to make sense of it all. Mandeep Singh is a senior tech analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence. I'm looking at Google, and probably my most common interface with AI to date has been through my Google searches and whatever Gemini, which I find very valuable. But so what's the business model for Gemini and AI for Google these days?
I mean, so far it's been subscriptions like ChatGPT. Gemini is a separate app. There you can subscribe to it, $20 subscription and a higher subscription tier depending on the usage. But now they launched an enterprise version, which ChatGPT also has an enterprise version, wherein you can build AI agents. And what they're trying to go after is really use cases where you can pull data from your Salesforce, from your Workday, different systems, and build agentic functionality.
Don't fall for the bullshit. Don't fall for the AI bullshit. Think about it this way. All right, you have macros in Office, Microsoft Office. All right, you can build macros in Excel. All right, so you can build these complicated databases where you're pulling data into a worksheet, and you can have other worksheets or other tabs pulling that data and doing analysis or building graphs, and right? Now you can build a macro to do that, where you just push a button and it just does it for you. All right. So what is happening is that they're trying to get the AI to be able to read, interpret, and to create new Excel sheets, right? And to populate and analyze that data, maybe even summarize it. But how's that any different than a macro? Except they're doing it for you. Now, a lot of people don't know how to do macros or how to script in Excel. All right, that's a little bit more of an advanced user. So what's happening is that AI is now becoming what an advanced user in Excel would do. So what was he saying? Oh, it's allowing you to be able to import data into the Excel and different spreadsheets and PowerPoints and all that. Well, you can build macros to do that for you. You just hit the button. How's that any different? Oh, the AI is making a macro for you now. Oh, we're going to charge you an enterprise fee every month. I'm telling you, they're what it is it's going to the lowest common denominator. They're getting rid of the expert user, and you have lower tier users of these systems. starting to use AI, and the AI will help to build it. But if you're a lower tier user, most likely you're a lower analytic user. And so it's just a dumbing down of the workforce.
Writing, probably 100 lines of code in a week, you can write 1,000 lines of code with a prompt, and then you just have to know what to prompt first and, make some small tweaks. So the level of efficiency you can gain with these coding agents.
Okay, right. That's true. That's true. He's right about that. You can use Grok, for example, or other systems, Base 44, or there's another one that they keep on advertising. And you can prompt it, and it will create the code for you. Right? And then you have to copy paste it into your compiler, and then you compile it. Right? Some compilers may be integrated with the AI, like an AI assistant, to help with the code. All right? So that's going to speed up applications. I agree with that mode. Now, if you want to do the scripting method within, let's say, Excel, you can ask Grok to give you a script to do a certain thing, and then you copy paste it in, and then boom, voila, it's done. So that's true. It'll help you to write code quicker. All right? Or you don't even need to know how to code. You just need to know what you want, and it'll build it for you. And you have to chunk it. You have to break it in small pieces so it's digestible for the AI to generate it. But it is quick. That's for sure. And that's why it's so important probably not to go into coding, because the AI is going to code for you. But the thing is that most applications that you really need are already invented. So what are you really going to make? Are you going to make a social app? It's already been done. Oh, you're going to make a recipe app? Oh, it's already been done. Oh, you want to do a video editing app? That's already been done. So what exactly are you going to do? So what you're probably doing is small apps or applets that are specific to tasks at work, scripts to do some function, maybe some manipulation of data that's imported into another piece of software. An expert user would be manipulating it manually and then importing it. So what are the great benefits are you getting? The apps are already created. Okay, now let's go into engineering. Let's say automotive engineering, and you have to program the CAN bus for the vehicle so it can monitor the engine and the exterior lighting system, maybe even the interior dashboard. All right, so it goes to a CAN bus, and you have to program it, or a braking system that has to be programmed, or you're programming the chip. There's a chip that sometimes these braking systems have a chip where you're programming it. And so these people program, and then they're programming the chip, and that's used as in the braking system. Well, the speed to code that for certain parameters will be sped up because the AI can do it. You have a coding engineer that just prompts it, and then it's making the code that's imported into programming that chip. But that's not the average user. How many people actually program braking systems? Not that many. So if you're looking at it from a business point of view, and let's say you have 10,000 individuals in your organization, how many of them really need to create a new app? They may need to create a script that helps with their workflow. But once you create those scripts for that workflow, how many new ones do you need to create? An infinite number? Really? Really? No, because if it's an infinite number, then you probably have a company that is so chaotic that it's probably not even it's not even good to work in, or it is growing so fast with such velocity that it's going to end up being a global conglomerate in a year. All right. The point I'm making is that there's an S curve to the implementation of AI. The number of apps that need to be created, the number of scripts that need to be created in a particular business, no matter what the business is, banking, law, engineering, accounting firm, whatever it is, fast food. How many programs do you need to make? How many scripts do you need to create? See? Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the nattokinase. Nattokinase will help to break up clots and help with your lipid profile. This is very important for your cardiovascular health. And taking nattokinase is super important during the fall and the winter of the season. You know why? Because you may get a little bit of S1 and S2 subunits. Now, D3 and K2 work together. It helps to build bone density if you do resistance training and take in calcium. It also helps to pull out some calcium around plaque formation at the vascular level and prevent further calcium depositing around plaque formation. And D3 and K2 reduces the severity of what's coming in the fall and the winter. So you should take these together in the fall and the winter. Super important. But it also helps with cardiovascular health and bone density. So please go to my store, get the nattokinase, the D3, and the K2. Be prepared. All right, let's listen into this. This is Israel speaking. Is she speaking or not? Let's go to Bloomberg here.
News. It started right around 7 p.m., just before 7 p.m. with a post on Truth Social. But even before that, Michelle, we didn't know what was coming. But the President of the United States was handed a note during his Antifa roundtable yesterday by the Secretary of State. Came over there, said something, handed him a note. And the crack AP photographer who was in the room, if you're with us on YouTube, you can see it there, got a picture of this up close. It reads very close. We need you to approve a Truth Social post soon so you can announce a deal first, which of course is the story. The president wants to own that deal he was talking about. It was a ceasefire in Gaza.
Well, Secretary Rubio knows his boss well, right? I mean, this is the
Absolutely.
way we do things in this administration. So it was interesting to see that, but also to kind of anticipate all the ways that this could go from there. And
Yes.
of course, last night was eventful, but still a lot of questions unanswered.
That's right. We could learn more in just a moment. They're bringing reporters into the cabinet room right now at the White House, and we're going to be witnessing at least the start here of the cabinet meeting with President Trump. We'll see how long reporters are in the room. At some point, this will turn to a Q&A session, we suspect, Michelle, which could be interesting and cover a lot of stories even beyond the ceasefire with this now day 9 of the government shutdown. But there are a few things that we know here about this ceasefire that we should not necessarily call a peace deal, as we read from Mark Champion this morning. The semantics here are important, but the fact is the president is expected to travel to Israel this weekend, which gives us a pretty good sense that he likes what's going on here. Netanyahu has signed off, and so has Hamas. We expect all of the Israeli hostages who are alive and the remains of those who are not to be exchanged for some 2,000 Palestinians this weekend.
Yeah, and we've been reading the body language of the president lately. It has been positive. It's been positive for some time, and with his meetings with Netanyahu, especially recently, we've been feeling like, perhaps they are closer to something. What that something is and how durable it is a huge question here. And you mentioned the hostages and the prisoner release. That is a big obstacle to still overcome.
Yes,
but we do have words. We have pledges from both sides, so we'll see where it goes from here.
To be clear on the hostage and prisoner exchange, Israel has agreed to release 250 Palestinian prisoners serving life sentences, as well as 1,700 Gazans detained after the October 7 attacks. That's where that roughly 2,000 number comes from, and that will happen in conjunction with the release of hostages. Now, what will take place this weekend is a big question. President Trump is expected to speak, he said, to the Knesset at some point. That might happen on Sunday, and may be directly involved with the transfer of hostages. He might be talking about it right now, Michelle. Let's go to the White House and listen live to President Trump here on Bloomberg.
We ended the war in Gaza and really, on a much bigger basis, created peace. And I think it's going to be a lasting peace, hopefully an everlasting peace. Peace in the Middle East. We secured the release of all of the remaining hostages, and they should be released on Monday or Tuesday. Getting them is a complicated process. I'd rather not tell you what they have to do to get them. There are places you don't want to be, but we are getting the hostages back on Tuesday, Monday or Tuesday, and that'll be a day of joy. I'm going to try and make a trip over. We're going to try and get over there, and we're working on the timing, the exact timing. We're going to go to Egypt, where we'll have a signing, an additional signing. We've already had a signing representing me, but we're going to have an official signing. And the amazing thing is all of the countries over there, from Qatar to Saudi Arabia to UAE, to all of them, the rich ones, the less than rich ones, they've all come together, something which is amazing, actually. They've all come together for this, and they're really probably the best relationships they've ever had. So it's been really something incredible that nobody thought it was possible to get it done. And very importantly, the hostages are coming back. As you know, they consider them hostages. They talk about them as hostages, but there are approximately 28 dead people, mostly young, mostly men, but and boys. I mean, boys. The one woman talked about her baby. Her baby's 25 years old, but you know, to her, it's her baby. We're bringing them home. We're getting them to getting everything, and to those parents, the dead young man is just as important, as though this person were alive. It's amazing. I've never seen anything quite like it. I've been very much involved. I've never seen anything quite like it. But it's really peace in the Middle East. And you remember October 7th was terrible, but also from the Hamas standpoint, they probably lost 70,000 people. That's big retribution. That's big retribution. But at some point, that whole thing has to stop, and we're going to see to it. Gaza is going to be slowly redone. You have tremendous wealth in that part of the world by certain countries, and just a small part of that, what they make will do wonders for Gaza. And I think you'll see some tremendous countries stepping up and putting up a lot of money and taking care of things. But this tremendous spirit like I haven't seen. And even the news, I won't call it fake news for this purpose, because they really were very fair today, I must say, in all cases. But they covered it very well. They covered it very fairly. Everybody loves it. Everybody. People that were never giving us a fair shake, frankly, they can't even believe it. They're so amazed by it. A lot of people are. But it was just everything came together. I think the attack was very important on Iran, because let's say that didn't happen, they'd probably by now have a nuclear weapon, numerous nuclear weapons, and therefore, even if we signed a deal, there'd be a big dark cloud over it, and it wouldn't be the same thing. So Iran's different, but Iran wants to work on peace now. They've informed us, and they've acknowledged that they're totally in favor of this deal. They think it's a great thing. So we appreciate that, and we'll work with Iran. As you know, we have major sanctions on Iran and lots of other things. We'd like to see them be able to rebuild their country too, but they can't have a nuclear weapon. So I want to express my tremendous gratitude to the leaders of Qatar, Egypt, and Turkey for helping us reach this incredible day and for being there. They were there with us all the way. And of course, as you know, Saudi Arabia and Jordan and so many. I will tell you, President Erdogan was personally involved in dealing with Hamas and some of the others. He's been great. They've all been really amazing. Indonesia's been amazing. Indonesia's been fantastic. The whole world has come together for this. People that
False peace.
didn't get along, people that didn't like each other, neighboring countries that frankly didn't like each other, but now it's just this moment in time. So we look forward to welcoming the hostages, like you can't believe, home to their families, and that'll take place early next week. We hope Monday or Tuesday. And all Americans should be proud of the role that our country has played in bringing this terrible conflict to an end. And I want to thank some of the people. JD, you were fantastic, and Pete, you were great. Marco was fantastic. And some of you were very much involved in looking around. So indirectly, I think almost everybody in this room was involved. Susie, I want to thank you very much. You were incredible. You've done an incredible job. So, and yes, John, what you've done was invaluable. CIA, John Redcliffe, he's done an incredible job. So I want to thank you all, and if I'm missing anybody, I apologize, but you've been amazing. And then you have Steve Witkoff, who worked so hard. And you remember we settled 7, this is number 8, we settled 7 wars or major conflicts, but wars. And this is number 8. And the one that I thought would be maybe the quickest of all would be Russia-Ukraine, and I think that's going to happen too. But in the meantime, they're losing about 7,000 people a week, and that seems pretty bad. They're losing mostly soldiers, young soldiers. They go out to war and they get killed. And while it doesn't affect us in a lot of ways, we've got a big ocean in between, you don't want to see that happen. It was a big mistake. That war should have never happened. It would have never happened if I were president. So we're here this morning for a cabinet meeting as my administration continues to deliver for the American people, despite the radical left lunatics that shut down our government. Democrats, they've lost their way. They have no leadership. We don't even know who to deal with over there. At least they know who to deal with. We have no idea who we're dealing with over there. They have no idea what they're doing. Republicans have voted repeatedly to pass a clean, nonpartisan bill to reopen government at the same funding levels. We're not going to do anything only good for healthcare. We're really, I think, become the party of good healthcare. And they keep using healthcare as a cudgel. Want to try and get everyone to think about healthcare. We're the ones that are saving healthcare. In fact, one of the things we're doing is we're going to be reducing the cost of medicines by 100%, 200, 300, 500%, and even more than that, because as you know, we're in the process of favored nations right now. We've exercised a clause because we were subsidizing the entire world. The entire world pays a fraction of what the United States has been paying. And we've already, numerous Pfizer, other companies have already signed, and other countries are a bigger problem because they've been getting a subsidized rate. We've been paying for years. This has gone on for 30 years. We've been reducing the rate of drugs for other countries because we've been paying much more than we're supposed to. And they used all sorts of ideas like research and development. I said, what about Germany? What about these other countries? Aren't they paying? No, we have to pay research and development. It was all nonsense. I couldn't listen to it anymore. So it's a very radical, big, tough shift. Very tough. We have a lot of things going on there. But, and you probably heard me say this in my first term, I think it was my 3rd year, we reduced drugs from the beginning of the year to the end of the year. And I was so proud of it. I actually had a news conference to announce it, and it was 1/8 of 1%. Think of that. It was barely a reduction, but it's the first time in 28 years that there was a reduction in drug prices for the year. So from the beginning to the end, it was 1/8 of 1%. And I was so proud of myself. I did something that nobody else could do. But when I started to think about it, I said, Doesn't make sense. And then I'm starting to look at numbers where a pill or a treatment or some pharmaceutical product is selling in Europe for 10% of what we pay for in New York City or in any one of our places in cities, states. And then I see people leaving for other countries to go buy their pharmaceuticals, where they make journeys to various other countries, including Europe, where they got the best bargains of all. And I put an end to it, it's over. And now we're, major, I guess disputes, but we're winning the disputes. With the countries, a couple of countries said, we won't do this. I said, well, it's unfair that we're paying 10%, and, you're paying just a fraction of what we're paying for the same product made in the same plant. And they said, well, we're not going to do it. I said, that's okay. You don't have to do it. But I'm going to put a tariff of 9% or 7% or whatever the amount of money is. And I'm going to put a tariff on your country for the amount of money that you're taking advantage of this one. No, you guys said, yeah, I can do that. I'm going to do that. And they would immediately agree. And I make the tariff substantially more than the number we're talking about. And they would immediately agree. So we have the consent, I think, Bobby, of every country, essentially. They know that if they don't do it, we're going to put a tariff on it to double the price, and then they're going to do it. So we never had that before. You never had anybody in here to do what the hell they were doing, I'll be honest. Really makes me angry. It was for years and years, and this started many years ago. And basically, we subsidize the world. So this is going to have a huge positive impact on Medicare, Medicaid, even Social Security. But anything where there's pharmaceuticals, drugs involved, it's going to have a tremendous impact. So we're going to get drug reductions of 100%. I told you 1/8 of 1%, and I was proud of myself. Now you're going to get 100%, 150%, 200, 300, 400, 500%. You're going to get the biggest drug reductions that you've ever seen. And they're already, I guess they're starting to kick in, but we've made deals with numerous companies and we're going for the full board. We want whatever the price is. So that would mean that the world price, because the world is bigger than the United States, a lot more people, but the world price will go up a little bit and our price will come down a lot. So if a pill sells for $10 in London and $100 here, the pill will go to $20 in London and $20 for us. It's pretty simple. And that is a number that nobody can even fathom. It's a little like tariffs. Nobody knew how big they were. Nobody knew until they started seeing the trillions of dollars that have come in. I don't know why they didn't understand it. It's something they should have understood. We were taken advantage of for years with tariffs. And now, I don't want to say we're taking advantage, but we've become a very strong country because of the money that's coming in. Republicans have voted repeatedly to pass a clean, nonpartisan bill to reopen our government. And remember, at the same funding levels, both parties have supported in the past. So the radical Democrats have chosen to put the economy of our country. We have the best economy we've ever had. We had the best economy in my first term, but we have an economy that's blowing it away. And we have the Democrats who are trying to obstruct. They don't want to have a good economy. I don't think they want to have a good country. That's why they try and stop our law enforcement from doing what we did in Washington, D.C. Washington, D.C., we have a great, safe, beautiful capital right now. Beautiful. It's so safe. You can walk down the street. Numerous people standing before me were mugged. And you're not going to get mugged anymore. We have a safe capital, one of the safest. And we took it from one of the most unsafe places to one of the most safe places in the country. And we also beautified it, and we're in the process of doing even more so. So we're very proud of our capital. Again, we were embarrassed by our capital. A lot of people being killed. They come from Iowa, Indiana, Florida. They come up, and they end up getting shot. They're not getting shot. We moved out 1,700 people approximately, right? Approximately 1,700 hardened criminals, career criminals. They moved them out. So Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries and the congressional Democrats are holding the entire federal government hostage. I will tell you, a lot of Democrats want to get this thing open to. They're calling us and they just want to get it open. And all we're doing is saying, just play the same thing until we get it straight. And they don't know how to go about it. I mean, and the problem is we really don't know who the hell is leading the Democrats. You have this AOC, I don't know at all. But I watched her the other day. She said, well, they could come to my office. That's not leadership, you know. The only one that challenged her actually was Nancy Pelosi. And Nancy's not looking too good. I don't know what happened to Nancy. But she's not looking great. But she was the only one, I give her credit, she was the only one that challenged her. But AOC said that they can come to her office and negotiate, the Republicans. And it was saying, oh, I didn't know she was in leadership. But she's taking Hakeem Jeffrey's place, and she was afraid that she's going to run against him. And right now, I don't know, he can change, life is crazy, right? But right now, he can't beat, I don't think he can beat anybody. So he'll lose in a primary. I would say he'll retire before he loses in a primary. So I think she was going to retire because he can't beat anybody. His polls are so bad. Meanwhile, the Democrat shutdown is causing pain and suffering for hardworking Americans, including our military, our air traffic controllers, and impoverished mothers, people with young children, people that have to live not the greatest of lives, but we're.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the complete multivitamin. This multivitamin will help with cellular processes because these multivitamins are cofactors for enzymatic activity. It's easy to digest, take it every day. It's part of the foundation for the health protocol. And also take my probiotics. I have a powdered version and a veggie cap version. By taking a good probiotic, it's going to help with your digestion. It's going to allow you to absorb your nutrients. It's going to help with your immune system, also brain function, and help with metabolism. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Take the probiotic with the complete multivitamin as a foundational piece to slow down the aging process. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5.
Trying to do this, so we'll give limitations of their own medicine. But Chuck Schumer proclaimed this morning that every day gets better for them. No, every day it's actually getting worse for them. And they're having a rebellion in the Democrat Party because they want to stop. And if you saw all of Schumer's, I watched last night like 10 different times over the years. He said, you can't shut down government, you can't shut down. And now he's the one that shut it down. So this is a confession that he's acting not to serve the people, but to serve the partisan interests of his party. And I don't think he served them well because they're way down. Look, they just lost an election in a landslide. You know, it was interesting. I watched Kamala. It was a sad figure. I watched her the other day saying the election was very close. I said, no, the election was a landslide. We won the popular vote by millions. We won the electoral college by, I think, 312 to 315 to 220 something. But there's another one that we won that's probably, that's why when you see the maps are completely red. It's counties. The counties, we won at 2,505 to 525. So 2,500 to 525. That's called one of the greatest, biggest landslides in history. And that's one that people are using now as a primary. But literally, when you see it colored in, the entire country is red representing Republicans. So, you know, they go around, they just lie. And everything's a big lie with them. Well, the other side, and the other thing I don't understand is, Christie, I looked at crime numbers in Chicago, they're through the roof, and I have a governor who stands up every day and tells us how wonderful Chicago is. It's just a lie. It's like a con job. It's like Gavin Newsom. He says how well he's doing in California, and they're doing terribly. The population's getting smaller, people are leaving, and other people are coming in, and, you know, I wouldn't say it's an even trade. While the other side is focused on playing games, the Trump administration is focused on creating jobs, bringing down prices, and we've really brought them down a lot. That's the other thing. We're bringing down prices a lot. And we're bringing down grocery prices, but the big thing is energy. When you bring down energy, everything comes down. and the energy prices are way down. I see we're down to about $61 now a barrel, and what we're gasoline's going to be. I think gasoline's going to be below $2 at some point in the pretty near future. It's very low, much lower than it was under Sleepy Joe. And we're restoring law and order in our country. We're restoring it here, but we're restoring it right now. We're in Memphis. We're going to Chicago. We're going to other cities. Many governors are asking us to, including Democrats are trying to ask. I don't know what the big problem is. If I were a Democrat governor, I'd be saying, whatever you can do to get crime down, I'll take anybody. You can bring them in I don't care who it is. A lot of people said that. They interviewed women, these beautiful women in Chicago, black women with a MAGA hat, a red hat. They said, we don't care who he brings in here, but this place is really dangerous. We just want crime to stop. It's true. They don't care. You know, they don't differentiate between the National Guard and the Marines. They don't care. They'll take anybody. And that's the way it is. I mean, they want what we did in D.C., they want to happen to them. And it's happening in Memphis already. It's good. I see in less than a week, the numbers are really good. And it'll be great. And it will fix that. We'll go to various other places. And we're going to be stopping crime in our cities. And it's a great thing. And we won't get credit for it, but it's a great thing. We've launched a historic campaign to take back our nation from the gangs and the street criminals, violent repeat offenders, illegal alien lawbreakers, domestic extremists, and savage, bloodthirsty cartels. And very little, by the way, is coming in by water, in case you haven't known. The drugs aren't coming in by water. In fact, you can't even find any boats in the water anymore. We have boats that were like a subway train loaded up with drugs. Every boat, every single boat that you see getting taken out kills 25,000 Americans. Think of that. Because it's pretty tough stuff, but it kills 25,000 Americans. So when you hear that, it's no longer tough. But here in Washington, we've deployed federal law enforcement and National Guard to restore public safety, and we're working to replicate that in numerous places all over the country. And we have a very powerful military. We have a very powerful National Guard. I want to thank the governor of Texas, who has been, as usual, great. Governor Abbott, he gave us 400 troops without even a question. And we have other governors likewise doing what has to be done because they know we have to confront crime. We're directly confronting the sinister threat of left-wing domestic terrorism and violence, including the terrorist group Antifa. You saw that yesterday. We had a news conference. Antifa's out of control in Portland and other places, but mostly Portland in the case of Antifa. And we had people that were really badly affected by them. It was terrible. So one of those things, but we're knocking the hell out of them. And we're looking for the people that are funding them, and those people are going to be just as guilty as the people that smack people over the head with a baseball bat. And I'd like now to ask Attorney General Bondi and Secretary Noem to discuss this a little bit and tell them where we are. And then we'll go around the room. We'll go quickly. We're going to go quickly if we can because we have a lot of things to do, including I won't be spending that much time because I'll be leaving fairly soon for the release. And
President Trump speaking live to.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the C60. You can get an avocado oil, MCT coconut oil, or extra virgin olive oil. C60 is a carbon molecule, 60 carbons in one molecule. It has to be suspended in a lipid. That's why it's in an oil for proper absorption. Take a teaspoon a day, preferably on an empty stomach, and that will help you to soak up free radicals. When you do that, your mitochondria health will improve. Stress in the cell will go down. The cell will perform better, and you'll have more ATP, more energy. At the vascular level, it's going to reduce the concentration of oxidized LDL. Oxidized LDL is the first part of plaque formation. So soaking up free radicals at the vascular level, you're reducing plaque formation. And by reducing free radicals at the neural level, your neurons will perform better. Your neuroplasticity will be better. Your thinking will be better and faster. Your memory will be better. the health of the myelin sheath of your neuron will be stronger. So take C60 every day. Take a teaspoon a day, every day. And what you're going to notice is that your energy levels are up, your immune system is getting better, your endocrine system is getting better, your cardiovascular health is getting better, your brain function is getting better. These are all very positive. And over time, this compounding effect over a year, you're physically going to notice that you look younger. Part of that reason is that your immune system is better and your endocrine system is better. Your cardiovascular health is better. You get even further benefits if you couple it with a better lifestyle, proper diet, proper exercise, drinking filtered water, staying away from processed foods, mindfulness, learning new things. These are all positive for slowing down the aging process. And when you do this for a year, you're going to look younger. You're going to be improving your basal layer of your skin. That's the skin cells that are regenerated. And so your body is slowly healing and slowly getting more energy and soaking up those free radicals. Now, if you look at someone that is older, that doesn't do a protocol to soak up free radicals, then you'll notice that they age faster, right? Their energy levels are down. Their immune system isn't robust. You start to see cognitive decline. It's important to soak up free radicals. It's a part of an anti-aging protocol. Bring down inflammation and soak up free radicals. So please go to my store and get the C60. You'll also notice the benefits of this within about 2 months. You'll have more energy and your body just feels like it's in homeostasis. That it's healing. But after a year, you see major improvement. Take a teaspoon a day, every day. I've been taking this since 2016. So please go to my store and get the C60 as part of the anti-aging protocol. So thank you for listening. Again, help support the work by going to my store and getting the great products that I offer. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. In addition, if you like the content that I create and you want to help support, you can also support by donating on my website through Stripe, PayPal, or Buy Me a Coffee. Be a paid member to Patreon or my Substack channel. So there's many ways to help support my work. But I really want you to take these supplements, stack them the way I tell you to, slow down the aging process and get healthy. It's a holistic approach that works. Thank you for listening and have a nice day.